I got banned from Asmongold's stream this morning for telling him to Google senile squalor syndrome. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's what he's got. They know I say that. ICE stomps on a memorial. Here's what I need you to understand, chat. That I need you to stop being surprised. I need you to stop being surprised. And I want you to be outraged. But I want you to take that outrage and I want you to turn it into anger and rage and action. I don't want you to think, oh, I posted. Oh, I posted. We have got to, and I want to say, chat, and I'm going to say it now, and I'm going to start saying it because somebody needs to tank the hit, and I'll do it because that's who I am. Graham Plattner has been the best politician. Graham Plattner has been the best politician on this issue, bar none, by far. And that's just the reality. Dismantling ICE is the moderate position. Unmask these thugs, arrest them, and make them answer for these horrors. I'm not going to let Bad Empanada, and who just called for the extermination of another indigenous population this morning. Who the fuck likes this guy? Bad Empanada just called for the extermination of the indigenous population of Greenland. I couldn't believe it when I saw it, but there it was.
He didn't just threaten Colombia, Mexico, Cuba, you know. He also threatened Greenland, which would be good. I hope he invades Greenland. You know, keep him occupied. Keep him off the other people's backs for a little while. But yeah, this is a dire situation. The best thing that could come of this is Trump getting emboldened by this and attacking, like, Greenland. Early days, this sucks. Americans suck. Best thing that can come out of this is the USA invading Greenland. China, when will you invade Taiwan? We need you to do something here against Western hegemony. Oh, but the Taiwanese don't want it. I don't care. Do it, China. Do it now. He didn't just threaten.
Now, I want you to understand something, chat. The vast majority of the population that lives on Greenland, I think it's pronounced Kalalit. I'm sorry for butchering the population, but they are the indigenous occupied tribe of Greenland. And I think they are, oh yeah, see, they are 80 to 88% of Greenland's population. So when he calls for that, yes, right now Greenland is nominally part of Denmark. It has a lot of autonomy. And he wants the United States to invade them because, I guess, presumably Greenland is part of Denmark, and therefore that means that the indigenous population deserves to be slaughtered. This man is in Argentina as a white English-speaking Westerner calling for the invasion of an indigenous population. This is your guys's fucking, like, radical. This is the guy you want to follow in politics. You know, chat, there is you know, when stuff like this happens, I only bring this up because I want you guys to be smarter. And I have a lot of responsibility. I liked Bad Empanada's videos before. I liked the way that he was sharp-elbowed toward scumbags like Vosh and Destiny. But now, unfortunately, he's gone nihilistic and misanthropic. And you need to be able to identify when people go batshit crazy and then stop following them and stop listening to them. You need that ability because we are, you know, people in their mid, late 20s, you know, this is the era where some severe mental illnesses manifest for the first time. You need to be able to identify that and go, okay, so this person used to have some good takes, but now they've become unhinged. You need to be able to do that. And this is the moment. Calling for the slaughter of an indigenous population because you hate Americans. By the way, how would that hurt America? This is where Bad Empanada is stupid and is bad at this is where his politics are actually dog shit. Even if the United States did invade Greenland, what do you think is going to happen? You think the Europeans are going to unite and fight a world war against America over Greenland? There'll be some sort of cope. There'll be some sort of small exchange of money. Nobody wants to die for Greenland. So the only people that would suffer would be the indigenous population of Greenland, you dumb fuck. America is not weak. This is the thing that you need to understand. Being evil and being on the wrong side of history doesn't mean a person is weak. So important that you learn how to be pragmatic. It's so important that you learn how to measure reality as it is and not fall into a leftist just world fallacy. Just because somebody is bad doesn't mean they're gonna lose or that they're weak. That's the thing you need to remember most of all. This is not a video game. This is not a movie. A fascist bullet will blow out your brains just as good as a socialist bullet would. You don't have a protective shield because you're a good person. So I need you to get your shit together and realize that you have to be good at fighting back. 17-minute video about the U.S. invading Greenland versus Canada and EU for military autists in chat. Oh, no. This is dumb as fuck. The owner of this website is a real-life white identitarian who loves this guy and routinely boosts his shit like that mouth-breathing troglodyte who demanded to see children at Smalley daycares. Your coworkers are getting brainwashed by the dumbest, most hateful people alive. Oh, Asmongold is a fucking moron. Asmongold is a moron. And by the way, Hassan needs to say it. He's botting! He's being botted. Right-wingers are botting like crazy. You know who doesn't bot? Me. You know who doesn't bot? Hassan. This motherfucker is botting. Asmund had to apologize to EU chatters over Greenland comments. That cuck-ass bitch. He's not even American first, because most of his chatters are incel Europeans. Because guess what, chat? There's not as many Americans who could be incels and play video games all day because we don't have a social safety net. So we don't have as many NEETs like Asmongold. So the base of his NEETs are ironically in the social democracies of Europe. And then he brainwashes the NEETs to vote for parties that are going to get rid of their welfare programs. That's the funniest shit part of this. What a pathetic fucking loser. All right, we're going to talk about that. But first, let's start covering the protests. And I want you to know, chat, that I was the first stream to cover this incident yesterday on Twitch. When it happened, I immediately understood the import, and I was right there. While other people were talking about dumbass shit, because they hadn't been instructed about what is and isn't important, we were here. As soon as I heard about it, I immediately started covering it. Because we know what politics are and events are important here. I don't need to watch and wait for somebody else's take. I will give you the take. You know what? You want to know what leftist takes are going to be about events? Watch me. You'll know what everybody else is going to say before they say it. Just something to keep in mind.
Growing protests tonight in Minneapolis. An ICE agent shot a woman there, witnesses say, in the face. as she was in her car. She is dead. He killed her.
By the way, chat, I want you to understand that there were ICE agents giving contradictory instructions. One was telling her to get out of the car. One was telling her to move. One stood in front of the vehicle. She was given contradictory instructions. And she attempted to comply. And they used it as an excuse to murder her in cold blood. And we've seen this before. This is, and I want you to understand something, chat. This is not a racial thing. This is America. American police are fascists. This is actually something I've been saying since 2020, and I got a lot of heat for it. A lot of white people get gunned down in cold blood. A lot of golden retrievers get murdered in cold blood in this country. It isn't just, now, black people and people of color get disproportionately targeted because they are disproportionately marginalized. But in this country, there is a bloodlust in our police, and it does not respect color. It does not respect race. It does not respect anything other than we live in a police state. And it doesn't surprise me that it was a suburban white mom poet who was murdered by ICE, because these fascists need to be stopped. And your no racial privilege is not going to protect you. It is united around two things: class and political identity. You are the right. You believe the wrong things. It doesn't matter what color you are. You're a subhuman to Asmongold and fascist Republicans. We are united. Asmongold runs whenever he's quartered into a position where he has to assert himself, but somehow he's considered the model of dirtbag right. No, Asmongold doesn't believe in anything. You understand that? He's a fucking rat. He's a pussy and a rat. He doesn't believe in a goddamn thing. And as I said from the beginning, I can't imagine a better person to be getting boosted. Can you imagine if it was like some sort of charismatic former Navy SEAL or something? Like, there are, I'm sure, charismatic fascists in America right now. But they picked Asmongold because he had a little bit of incumbency. That's the thing that's fucking awesome. It's like, oh, this guy had botted himself while doing dress up with his World of Warcraft dolls. And so now he's gonna lead the right. he's got a lot of neat Europeans who say racist jokes. Now he's gonna control the right wing. Oh, we're so fucking lucky. Assad confronted Asmon in his chat. We're gonna watch that later. Evidence of botting. Oh yeah, he bots like fucking crazy. Since Twitch's bot crackdown, Tectone and Lydia Violet's viewers have halved. Asmongold's viewers have dropped by 20,000. Other bot accusations against OTK and his the Austin group. Yeah, most of the OTKers botted. Most of the most of the OTK guys botted. Not everybody, but much of the Austin crew did, but not. I don't think Sear did, or Peach.
Minorities that are in the United States in Border Patrol or in ICE are far worse than the white people there.
No, that's not true. They're all bad. I'm sorry you got Nick. It's not true. The white people in ICE are just as bad. I think the best way to put it, especially coming from a person who's perceived as white, is to say they're all bad. They're all bad. And minorities working for ICE are traitors. All people working for ICE are traitors. I'm sorry, chat. I mean, I love you, Gopnik, but it's just, that's the way I would put it. I want you to understand something. We cannot allow them to use racial shit against us. This is my personal take. And look at what's happening in New York right now. We didn't cover it yet because other events happened, but basically the head of the Tenant Union Association said how she wants to target suburban white people, you know, or whatever, in some old Twitter post. People are using it against her. She's a white lady. Don't give them the ability to organize around white racial politics. I know it's fun to say how bad white people are, especially if you're white. but you need to not give them the ability to quote you and then do white identitarian politics. Matt Stoller crashing out. Matt Stoller blocked me a long time because he's a big anti-China guy, and I made fun of him years ago over it.
You're not on the team, little brown boy.
Look at the little brown girl thinking she's on the team, brothers. Oh my god, it's f***ing sick as f***. We are literally leashing the subhumans and we're throwing them at each other.
This is how every general, corporal, major, whatever the f they call themselves, in ICE and border patrols look at you. Okay, this is what they think about you.
I mean, he's right about that.
Oh Lord, you know, in World War II,
He's right about that.
even though they believed in the inferiority of, for example, the Slavs they were fighting, they would allow them to have their own little detachments that they would just send first on the battlefield, just so that they pick up all the mines on the ground or pick up the first bullets as literal human shields. This is what you are for them, little bro. Oh my fucking god. Zero self-preservation skill. No,
right.
those
He's right
people
about
are
that.
objectively far worse than white people in ICE and Border Patrol. Oh no, I am dying on this hill. Minorities that are in the United States in Border Patrol or in ICE are far worse than the white people there. Because the
I think that I don't agree with this formulation because I think that it is playing into narratives that help the right. Ironically, and when I say the right, I include liberals. This is what Europeans don't get about American racial politics, which is why white Europeans should not talk about it. And I love you to Gopnik, but I need to explain this to them, which is in America, there is so much suppression of people based on racial identity that there's also something called racial solidarity that rises. Because black people are used to being treated like shit by white people, they oftentimes will have racial solidarity. When you have discussions like this, you're actually helping the white supremacists because you are hardening, you're making it more difficult to organize cross-racial lines. And the people that should be commenting this shit, which it's not that it's wrong, it's you need to be smarter about who the messenger is. We need black people and we need people of color to be enforcing this kind of politics, because if we do it, we're just seen as racially stupid and loudmouthed white people. They're not worse than the white people that are that are doing the oppressing. Okay, the oppressor is always worse than the people they enlist. Okay, like, come on, man.
white people there are there to preserve their interests, to preserve racial hierarchy, to preserve systemic racism. There's a lot for them to win from this. They're still evil pieces of shit. But like the motivation is okay. Yeah, like I want white supremacy because I'm white. Let's fucking go, bro. Well, if you do not gain almost anything from white supremacy and yet you fight for it, you are worse than the other guy. The other guy, no matter how fucked up he is, it's in his interest. You're just doing it because you're a fucking traitor and because you're lying to yourself, okay? Or because you're just fucking lobotomized.
By the way, I don't even, okay, I disagree with you, Gopnik. White supremacy is not in my interest. White supremacy is not, this is actually one of the major points that I like to make on this stream. White supremacy is not in our interest. Solidarity is in my interest, directly. And one of the examples I use, and thank you for the link because it had an interesting discussion, is this is like praxis right here, right? Studies find unions close gender and racial pay gaps. What does that mean? It means that right now in the workforce, women make less than men and minorities make less than white people. The only solution that we have found for this that actually works is not DEI, it's not study groups, it's not affirmative action even, it is union membership. Union membership almost completely closes racial pay gaps and gender pay gaps completely. But there's another fact that you may not know. It also raises the wage of white men. Unionized white men make more than non-union white men. So a union, not only does it close the racial and gender pay gaps, solidarity actually makes white men better off too. Solidarity helps you too. White supremacy hurts you because the only division that actually matters is the class division. Those that own and those that don't. Now, I'm not saying that that racism and misogyny don't exist. Of course they do, and they're a huge problem. I'm just saying that the solution is solidarity. And that white people and men are worse off because of patriarchy and because of white supremacy. It doesn't mean that we're better off. Like, yes, we're relatively better off than the oppressed groups, but the oppression hurts us too. It is a dagger with no hilt. It's important that this is the actual Marxist position. That's why Marxism is superior as an antidote to capitalism, as an organizing principle, because solidarity is inclusive of everyone. I'm going to die on that. That's the hill that I'll die on. Okay? Now, it doesn't mean that white supremacy doesn't put white men in a superior position within this society. Of course it does. Of course it does. But it's still worse than we would have under socialism. Socialism is an improvement for everyone. And you need to understand that, because that is why it's going to work. That's why it's going to win. It is liberalism to have racial pessimism. It is.
And you are looking at live pictures right now of the streets in Minneapolis. You can see all of those lights. This is a vigil near the site where the shooting took place.
It's like a Zionist believing Zionism helps Jews. Exactly. Zionism is the root of that is going to grow the seeds of anti-Semitism. Zionism does not help Jews. Zionism makes the world anti-Semitic. It is not something. Now, there might be individual people that are benefited by Zionism. There are individual people who directly benefit from settler colonialism, from the racial hierarchy. I'm not saying there's no benefit given to anyone. Of course there is. But I'm saying, as a class, as a group, we are all worse off because of supremacist ideology. It is not helpful for us.
Crowds have been growing all night. They are chanting, "Say her name." And we have just learned the victim's name. She is a 37-year-old.
Should union membership be made mandatory? Yes. The moderate position is called sectoral bargaining, which is basically the idea that everybody joins a union and the union is automatically organized and the union covers everybody in a sector. That's the moderate position, which to an American is far left.
Old woman, as we said, and her name is Renee Nicole Good. Renee Nicole Good. She was shot and killed today. And ICE claims that the agent opened fire after Good, quote, weaponized her vehicle in an attempt to kill him, a federal officer. All right, well, there's a lot of video out there, so let's just show you some of it. Here's the video so you can see what actually happened for yourself. We warn you, it is graphic. Renee was killed. But you see agents approaching the SUV, which is stopped in the middle of the street. They instruct her to get out of the car. Now, according to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, then an agent tries to pull the door handle. You can see that part. The driver then puts the car in reverse, which is crucial, and then sort of changing direction is almost to go around. She moves forward again. And that's when the vehicle bumps the ICE agent, who draws his weapon and fires it 3 times. Now, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem calls this an act of domestic terrorism. She says there were 3 others of those today. And President Trump says...
Oh my God, a really good point. Holy fuck, God damn it. Why are people so smart in this chat? Okay, chat. You are talking about material benefits, not necessarily psychological benefits. One could argue that white supremacy and violence feeds the maladaptive psychological needs of sadists. That's why MAGA cultists' material conditions could worsen, but they will still support the policies that make them feel good about themselves, i.e. punishing minorities, liberals, gay people. I completely agree with you 100%. In fact, I think that's the entire reason why MAGA is so cohered, because you have to be maladapted and kind of a little bit evil to be MAGA. Right? I completely 100,000 quadrillion % agree with you. I am comfortable with that. I agree with that. Not only that, and I'll double underline it, these people need to be suppressed. Like I completely agree with you. The other thing that you should take into consideration is it's not the majority. Not even close. This is a large minority, somewhere around I'd say 25 to 35% at the utmost, which is a fuck ton of people, but it is a minority and it is a controllable minority. And that could be driven down through institutions, monitoring, punishment, education, and if at the end of the day, the rod. That's why I'm not an anarchist, because I do agree with this. I do think that there is a core of people that are sadistic and they derive pleasure from inflicting harm, and so they have to be controlled. And there are ways of being an ethical sadist, but in our society there isn't. Basically, our society is focused on rewarding sociopathy and sadism. It's a loud and dedicated minority. Oh, 100%. I agree with you. And I think that it's just a good there's good news and bad news. One, I agree with you, but two, they're a minority. So what does that mean? It means we have to fight them. And we have to be ready. We have to go in ready to be like, you support Trump in 2026, you deserve to be arrested. Like, not necessarily everybody, but if you're like going, yes, I love when ICE shoots a poet down in the street, that needs to be fucking kept track of. You need to be on a list. That's mentally fucking ill. Did we talk about how Atrioc helped get this woman killed? Yes, he did. Atrioc and liberals that spread that lie about how the Somali population was doing a bunch of fraud. Yes, there was fraud. And yes, those fraudsters should be prosecuted. But the idea that it was the, quote, Somali community and Somalis are parasites and blah, 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 that was the catalyst for sending in a huge wave of ICE agents. If you fell for this, you have the blood of this woman on your hands. Pro-Maduro motorcycle gang collectivos hunting for Trump supporters in Caracas. The other day, I talked about how there is a certain type of person who is a conservative in America, but if they're in the right conditions, they'd be a regime guy. It'd be a left winger. This is exactly what I'm talking about. And these people, you don't convince them through arguments. Like, they're not the type of person that, quite frankly, you convince through making rational arguments. They're the type of person who you convince through deep-seated emotional feelings of belonging. And that's the power of a regime. You could actually build on that. Anyway, let's keep going.
Claims online that Good violently, willfully, and viciously, this is a quote from him, ran over the ICE officer, adding that it is hard to believe he is alive. All right, now President Trump puts out his own angle of the video to make that point. Let's just show you what he put out there. This is what he's putting out to show the ICE agent's life in danger. You can see, we'll go back and show that to you, that that he was bumped by the vehicle. We have video from the moments after the shooting where you do see the agent adjusting his mask as he walks away from the vehicle. So that you can see that there. President Trump says that he was injured and is in the hospital. We have learned that he's been released, which is consistent with him walking away there, adjusting his mask. Now, the Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey had this to say about Trump and his administration's account of what happened.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit.
Fry also did not mince words when he delivered a message to ICE.
I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here.
Now, what happened today is something that Fry spoke about and warned about last night here on the show when he talked about the 2,000 federal agents who were deployed to a city and what ICE said was going to be the largest deployment ever. Here's what Fry said.
This is not about preventing fraud. This is about sowing chaos on the streets of Minneapolis, and that's what they are intent on doing right now.
Exactly. And by the way, chat, that's exactly what Atrioc was doing when he supported the right-wing grifter. And he made a video saying how it was good journalism without doing an iota of his own research. But the thing is, he wanted to believe it because he's right-wing. Because, you know, he may try to, you know, cozy up to Zoran because Zoran's going viral. Well, the problem is when a right-winger goes viral, Atrioc is wanting to cozy up to the right-winger. He doesn't care about the details. He doesn't believe in anything, really. It's about how do I get in front of the algorithm? How do I get in front of the wave? That's why, like, if I was talking to Gavin Newsom, I would not be giddy about it. I don't care that he's a governor. His politics are dog shit. California is a mess. And he's threatening to keep the Democratic Party to the right when we desperately need it to go to the social democratic and democratic socialist left. Gavin Newsom represents the status quo. I would be furious if Gavin Newsom liked me. It would be a sign that I was saying bullshit. If Gavin Newsom could have a conversation with me and feel good about himself at the end of it, I would find that to be a profoundly bad sign. I need you to have higher standards than that. I need you to be supporting people that have an actual worldview, have an actual explanation of what they believe and how it's going to work. I'm one of those people. Hassan's one of those people. I need you to be better than just someone watching someone because they said something you kind of agree with. You need to understand the motivations of these people, and you need to be tougher ideologically on people that are trying to grift, because now, chat, now is the time where left-wing grifters are going to be popping up because there's going to be a movement. There's going to be momentum coming in our direction. I need you to be uplifting the people that have been right all along, not the people that have been, that are going to grift. And then in the moment of true ideological disagreement, agree with the fascists. That's the crazy part. We can't have that anymore. If you get 150 upvotes on a post, you will get reacted to on Friday, May 30th at 7:30 p.m. No AI music, no AR art. Oh my God, dude. Looks like that fraud got solved. LOL. Atrioc subreddit. Mike, make a post. Yeah, I mean, the problem that happens, chat, is every time I confront people on ideological grounds, all the people that are parasocial fans of Hassan who don't have any ideological values will be like, well, I don't like Mike. Mike's wrong on this X, Y, and Z thing. And then Hassan will agree with me completely, and those people go silent. That's a frequent problem I have, is like there's people that are parasocial fans of Hassan who hate my guts for some reason and they'll like try to criticize what I say, and then Hassan will say the same exact thing, and they have never once apologized and be like, well, whoops, guess Mike was right about that. But they will throw shit on me. Weird.
We're going to be joined by a woman who lives on the
Do you
street where
have
the
any
shooting
advice
happened.
for people that may want to enter this space? Read fucking books. You better have a bookshelf of books that you've read on political philosophy and history. And you better be able to explain your worldview, and you know the vocabulary. You also are not built for this. I can tell you that right now, because you're going to get Nazis harassing you. You're going to have people stalking you. You're going to have people that are going to look through your entire history for anything embarrassing you ever did. And people are going to bring it up to you forever and always. You just remember this. If you feel like you could take that, if you don't suffer from anxiety, then come on in. And if you make good content, I will support you.
Was recording as she was pleading with agents to let a doctor check on Renee Good, who was shot.
We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor. You caught butter in the face. You killed my neighbor.
All right, we're going to speak to the woman you heard her voice there, the eyewitness, in just a moment. First, I want to go to the ground and Whitney Wild, who is there in Minneapolis tonight. And Whitney, the crowd is growing where you are. What are you seeing? What is the tone right now?
The tone right now is resilience. It is a chance to pay their respects to a woman they did not know who lost her life yards from right where I'm standing. It was right on this block where, as you see in the video, she pulls out and the ICE officer discharges his firearm into the driver's side of the vehicle, and then she careens to the left side of the street and crashes her car. Just yards behind me is exactly where that happened, Aaron. When we walked up there earlier, and you can't see it right now, but there was a growing vigil there. Flowers laid right at the place where she spent her last moments on Earth. It was so striking, Aaron, because it was the first time that the public was getting a chance to actually see it, because this was minutes after the Minneapolis Police Department cleared out. The scene had been processed, and so they left. And the scene was still so fresh that there was blood on the ground. Flowers were surrounding the blood from people who had come to pay their respects to her. And there were fragments of brake light, it looked like, broken among the flowers. It was, like I said, it was incredibly striking. Right now, what you're hearing is chanting. We are hearing over and over this crowd chant her name. We're hearing.
Oh my God. The Trots got their newspapers on CNN. The Trots in their fucking newspapers.
People speak to the crowd.
Although that is a based, that's a based full page ad.
On a bullhorn. This is right now a moment of reflection and a moment of protest. This has turned into a candlelight vigil here, Aaron. I think it is important to remember that we are 4 blocks from where George Floyd was killed. This is Portland Avenue. I'm standing right on Portland Avenue, and East 34th Street is just behind me. And this is a city that's worked really hard to rebuild in the aftermath of that. And multiple people I spoke with today brought up that this is in the aftermath of the George Floyd riots, and that the Minneapolis police have tried to rebuild after that. And what was striking out here earlier, Aaron.
People are saying that she wasn't even an activist, although I'll wait. I mean, there is some testimony from her ex-husband that she wasn't even an activist, and that in fact she got caught up in it because she was dropping her kid off. That may be true.
was the crowd was so angry, and most of that anger was directed at the Minneapolis Police Department, who had nothing to do with this shooting.
Have you seen that she was a mom and was married to the same-sex partner that the grandfather is trying to take the child away from the surviving mom? Okay, here's what I'm going to tell you, chat. Stop paying attention to random TikToks that speculate super sensationalist shit that they have no evidence for. There are some really evil and stupid TikTokers who just post dumb shit after somebody whose daughter was just murdered in cold blood, talk about how their children don't have anyone and I need to go there and blah, blah, blah. I don't know the situation. Letting one quote to then spin some huge narrative that's not based on anything real is fucking insane. Whoever made that TikTok is actually an evil asshole or stupid as fuck. Until there is actual evidence of this happening, stop spreading it. And you cannot just trust random TikTokers saying random shit that's super sensationalist. They're too dumb.
But quickly became the target of furor from people who live here and work here, and for many people who saw it, Aaron.
All right, Whitney, thank you very much at that vigil. And, you know, as Whitney's talking about, that anger initially that was directed at the Minneapolis Police Department, which, of course, was not involved with the shooting. Let's go now to the Minneapolis Police Chief, Brian O'Hara. And, Chief, I appreciate your time. In the context of what Whitney said, how worried are you about lashback, about this anger, about anything getting out of hand or violence in Minneapolis tonight?
Well, I've been very concerned for several weeks, and I've been quite vocal about it. I have been worried not that federal law enforcement activity was happening, but how that enforcement was taking place in the city. And I have specifically said, I've been worried we would have a tragedy in our community. And I would hope that everyone, regardless of their viewpoint, can acknowledge that the loss of a woman's life is tragic.
By the way, they don't agree with that. Stop saying that. They don't agree. This woman was killed, and this is something that I posted yesterday. This is why Asmongold as an individual, I want you to understand, Asmongold, I'm never, this little Trump era is going to end very soon. It's completely going off the rails. Nothing's getting better. You dumb fuck. People are going to hate Donald Trump even more, you dumb piece of shit. And you think we're going to let you go? We're coming for you, buddy. We're never going to let you escape this fucking death cult that you have tried to push onto the rest of us, you fucking rat. Performative evil. Yeah, Asmongold does performative vice. That is, he says bad things are good and then looks at his chat to see if they're Wing. He's a fucking rat. We're coming for you. We're never going to let you get away. You think 2019 canceling was bad? You think woke was annoying before? You haven't seen nothing yet. You haven't seen nothing yet. Here comes the please don't burn down all our capital and turn against our ruling caste or we will end you segment of the coverage. Oh yeah, exactly. All the liberals are going to be like, guys, please don't riot. And here's what I'm going to say, chat. As a Twitch streamer, I am not allowed to argue that you commit anything that's against the law. If I was streaming from North Korea, I could not insult the government there on Twitch. They would ban me. Okay, if I was streaming from Saudi Arabia, I could not insult the monarchy of Saudi Arabia. They would ban me. That's against the law. It's important that you remember that. Anything that's against the law is immoral. That's what Twitch's position is. Now, that's the position of every corporation because the only reason they exist is to make fucking money. Okay, they don't believe in anything. They don't care about anything but making money. And so if they're a media corporation, then their interest is controlling what is said so that it doesn't fuck with the money. Okay, remember that. So I would never say anything That is against the law. And if you see me saying something that seems like it's against the law, it's out of context because, as you know, I follow Twitch TOS. It's a perfect circle of logic that you cannot break. We were barely 6 months away from people dismissing Zohran Mamdani for running on universal childcare, and now here we are. Incredible. Governor Hochul's State of the State investments will commit to delivering affordable childcare for nearly 100,000 more kids. Make pre-K universal statewide, partner with New York City to launch the new mayor's signature 2Care program, and finally realize the promise of universal 3K access in New York City, support other counties in building out new child care pilots that offer high quality, affordable care to families regardless of income, and expand child care subsidies to 10,000s of additional families. I told you this would happen. I told you that this would happen. I told you, and I've been saying it again, that everything that Zohran Mamdani said is not even that hard to do. How long have I been saying that? You just need somebody that wants to do it. And that the biggest problem that we have as a society is liberals that have been convinced that we need to go slow. Going slow is death. When you take power, I hope you learned at least one thing from Donald Trump. When you take power, you go fast and hard until they stop you. It just so happens we're going to go fast and hard for justice. We're going to go fast and hard for humanity. We're going to go fast and hard for climate. We're going to go fast and hard for high-speed rail and public transit and housing for the homeless, housing for everyone as a human right, high quality, social and public housing. We're going to go hard against corporations, Wall Street, landlords, the rich. It's just the way it goes. Posh Kenneth 86, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. Chat, we've been dangerously close to a hype train for like 10 minutes. Can you just start the hype train? Can you just start the fucking hype train so it goes? Jesus. But Mike, Zohran has not liberated Palestine and enacted world communist government. Yeah, if only he pushed the big do global communism button, which is in Gracie Mansion, we would have it.
With that, things in this city have been very tense for several weeks, and it is a very emotional situation, and it's very divisive and politically charged. So that is why I have been asking all of our elected officials to please ask for peace and ask for calm. And as you mentioned, our police officers responded immediately. I responded immediately to the scene once I heard there was a report of a shooting. But unfortunately, you know, as our officers were trying to leave today and trying to keep the peace, to preserve the crime scene so that there can be an investigation, so that there can be some level of, you know, a finding related to what actually happened, our men and women became the object of hate, vitriol, and just the frustration that has been building in this community for weeks.
So, I mean, obviously it's very concerning. And I know in the context of that, you know, what Whitney's talking about, how close this is to actually what happened with George Floyd, right? And what your city went through. But when you talk about politicians, there's different video angles out there now, and that's what we have. It did play out on video. You know, the angle that President Trump is sharing appears to show the agent bumped by the vehicle, and he, of course, is characterizing it as he wrote that the woman driving the car was disorderly, obstructing and resisting, and then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. Is that what happened here? Is that the version you see, or is it different?
I would tell you this much. We owe it to this woman, to her family, and to the American public to ensure that an
Thank you,
investigation.
everybody, for supporting the stream. You know, obviously, I don't wanna be doing a lot of shilling today, so I appreciate it if you support the stream. And I notice it. I thank you, Noob Tamer, KGB Cowboy, Dread Demax. Thank you, and everybody else, Slime and B, everybody else who gifted subs, Tempo Dan, Nelson JD, Posh Kenneth. I can't really, Risky Biscuit, I can't really just do a whole thanking sub people today. I just want to focus on the content. So I appreciate you. I do appreciate it, and thank you for supporting the stream. It only exists because of your support, but I don't want to spend a lot of time doing it. All right, let's keep going.
Does occur. And that investigation occurs, and it follows all of the available evidence to its logical conclusion. That being said, I can also tell you law enforcement in the United States has been training for many years to try and avoid incidents like this whenever possible, to try and avoid having law enforcement officers placed into a situation with an unarmed motorist where they may have to use force. That's why there is an emphasis on proportionality, an emphasis on if you are able to identify a license plate, identify who the person is, follow up afterwards if there is some independent crime that did occur prior to the incident.
Right, and of course, in this case, all that was readily available. We can all see the license plate information. That would have been very easy to do, and then that I'm just stating the facts. Now, President Trump said it's hard to believe he's alive, but he's now recovering in the hospital, referring to the ICE agent. We understand he's been discharged. I'm curious, Chief, though, how you see this, because we're looking at him now as after the incident, walking away, he was adjusting his face mask after he was bumped. Obviously, he appears fine there. Do you know anything about him, who he is? Whatever happened to him? Obviously, he looks fine there. He was bumped. He's out of whatever checkup he had.
There were, at a minimum, dozens and dozens, if maybe not a few hundred, federal law enforcement officers on the scene. I did not speak to anyone, at least none of them told me that they were there when the shooting actually occurred. But I was very specific about asking if anyone else was injured, and at the time I was told that it was only the woman. So I don't know anything further.
All right, chat. The New York Times video analyzing it.
On Wednesday, in Minneapolis, a federal agent fatally shot a motorist, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Trump administration officials said these were, quote, defensive shots, fired because the officer was being run over.
And a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
But our analysis of bystander footage, filmed from different angles, appears to show the agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV when he fired 3 shots at close range.
She was very clearly not trying to hit them. Like, it's like, you know what I mean? It's very clear that she was not trying to hit them. Like, what are we doing here?
Here's how events unfolded.
You can send a link.
Moments before the shooting, the victim's maroon SUV is stopped in the middle of the street. Multiple unmarked federal vehicles are idling nearby. Secretary Noem alleged the motorist, quote, was blocking the officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then, federal vehicles start moving toward the maroon SUV, with sirens and lights blaring. A federal agent films the scene on his phone. The driver rolls forward slightly, turning left, then stops and waves for others to go ahead.
She was waving them on. She was trying to get down the street. She was waving them. She wasn't even trying to block them in. She was waving them on. She was trying to get down the street.
Two agents exit this silver pickup and walk toward the vehicle. Moments later, shots are fired. Let's look at the scene again more closely.
So basically, the entire point is she was trying to get down the street. ICE agents were blocking the road. I thought Asmongold hated when somebody blocked traffic, and we have absolute right to kill them if they ever block traffic and inconvenience anyone. Oh, wait, I guess it's okay if ICE does it randomly with, going into community. I guess that's fine, right? Okay. It's fine when they do it. She was not even blocking traffic. Oh, yeah, beast. Why doesn't Asmongold ever go to things like TwitchCon? I was there. Why doesn't he didn't go? Why is he scared? Why doesn't he go to TwitchCon? Asmongold, come to TwitchCon next year, man. Come on. I want to have a conversation with you. One-on-one. Come on, man. Let's hang out. Where'd you go? Why are you hiding? At home. Come outside. The water's fine. I want to have a talk. I want to see your perspective. Maybe face to face we'll be able to hash it out better. I'll bring like a nose clip so you don't even have to take a shower, man. I'll bring a nose clip and a hazmat suit.
This is the agent who shoots the driver. He walks around the car filming and disappears from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to exit her vehicle. One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside. The SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues.
With no warning. Just right away. He doesn't say stop or I'll shoot. He doesn't say she's looking at the guy grabbing her handle. She didn't even know what happened. She literally didn't even know what was happening. She tried to get away from a guy aggressively trying to open her door. She had no time to understand or react. It's not even an execution. It's just a cold-blooded murder. With an execution, you at least get a time to like reflect on your life and say a prayer. Like she had nothing. She's confused about why the streets are blocked, trying to get around traffic. And then she's killed. She's murdered. This was worse than an execution. Her life was stolen from her for nothing. And I want you to understand, chat, this wasn't even a protester. This wasn't even people getting physical with ICE agents. This was just a random woman. And the Asmongold said it was okay. And the Trump administration, and this is what I said yesterday. I said something yesterday because I want you to understand that this is what bothered me the most. Even more than the killing. Even more than the killing was the way the killing was talked about. Because it's a sign that they are interested in doing mass killings of innocents. Homeland Security tweeted yesterday, today ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of those violent rioters weaponized their vehicles, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them. An act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. The ICE officers were hurt, are expected to make full recoveries. This is the direct consequence of constant attacks and demonization of our officers by sanctuary politicians who fuel and encourage rampant assaults on our law enforcement, are facing a 1,300 increase in assaults against them, an 8,000 increase in death threats. This is an evolving situation. We will give the public more information as soon as it becomes available. Notice they use percentages. And here's what I wrote. I wrote, for a law enforcement agency to make a declaration like this without investigation of the incident is the clearest example of fascism. These scum don't care about the murder of citizens. They don't investigate. This is what causes a nation to collapse, utter disregard for truth. And this was my problem. I saw the video, and to me, it was completely insane. Now, I have the value. Here, chat, I'm going to tell you what my values are. I believe that human beings should not be killed except in the most extreme situations, like self-defense or a Nazi being executed for doing mass murder, right? I don't believe that we should kill other human beings for minor mistakes, even major mistakes, even bad actions. I think we should not be killing people wantonly. And I especially don't think cops should be killing people on the street like judge, jury, and executioner when they don't even know what the fuck's going on. Okay, that's my baseline. I should be able to drive down the street, and if a cop encounters me, I shouldn't be shot because I make a minor mistake. Okay, that's my personal belief. Now, these liars, and Asmongold in particular, are perfectly happy with someone being executed because they believed that she was a protester. And it's starting to emerge that maybe she wasn't. That she was just a mom who had dropped off her child at school and got caught up and turned around. Has your mom never made a mistake while driving her car? Has your girlfriend? Oh, sorry. If I'm talking to Asmongold fans, they've never had one of those. Well, if my partner or my girlfriend made a minor mistake because cops were being belligerent on the street, I could see her doing exactly the same thing. Hell, I could imagine myself doing the same thing. Seeing ICE blocking the street, trying to get home, trying to figure out how to maneuver around it. This is something that could happen to anyone. Asmon has a mom. He had a mom. She died. She died. It was a pretty horrible death, too. She got caught on fire because she had oxygen when she was smoking cigarettes. And that's like a really horrible way to go. My heart bleeds. I know all your hearts bleed too. Like she caught on fire smoking about 100% oxygen. That's fucking horrible. Holy shit, is that true? Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that terrible? And it took a, you know, oof. That's rough.
He's shooting as she drives past. The moment the agent fires, he is standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are...
Chat be normal? Yeah, I agree. Chat. I want all of you to take a moment to ponder how horrible that incident was and to silently have condolences for her death. Because when I heard that story, I couldn't believe it was real. I was like, God damn, that's so terrible. So I know you all feel the same way. And, you know, because Asmongold's mom died in a horrible accident, I think that he should have some empathy when a mom was gunned down in cold blood, right?
Pointing to the right, away from the agent. This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer. President Trump and others said the federal agent was hit by the SUV, often pointing to another video filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV. But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned away from the SUV. The SUV crashes into a white car parked down the road.
What the?
A bystander runs toward the collision. The federal agents on scene do not appear to rush to provide emergency medical care. Eventually, the agent who shot the motorist approaches the vehicle. Seconds later, he turns back around and tells his colleagues to call 911.
Shame!
You shot someone! You shot someone!
Agents block several bystanders who attempt to provide medical care including one who identifies himself as a physician.
This is also the depraved part, right? Whether or not that person, you believe that she was trying to strike the guy or not, to force her to bleed to death, and threaten people who are trying to provide aid, that's fucking insane. That is what Israel does in Palestine. They shoot a civilian, they block off ambulances and doctors from providing care to make sure that the person they murdered can't testify about the crime that was committed. Like, that is outrageous. That is, I don't care whether or not you think she did something wrong or not. She's disabled. She has been struck by a bullet. She's not a threat to anyone. Basic human decency says that you provide aid. You know, we gave first aid to literal Nazis, right? The Nazis in World War II that had just shot and killed American troops. We gave them aid because that's what honor is. That's what basic morality is. We provide aid to each other. Even when somebody is a horrible human being, when they are disabled and suffering, you should help them. It's basic humanity. Especially when they're an American citizen who hasn't been convicted of anything.
Can I go check a pulse?
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician!
I don't care!
At the same time, several agents, including the agent who opened fire, get in their vehicles and drive off, apparently altering the active crime scene.
Hey, why'd he run? Why'd he run? He's a cop. Why didn't he secure the scene and collect evidence? Why'd he run?
Joining us now, retired Chief of the U.S. Capitol Police, Tom Manger, and former Commissioner of Public Safety for Minneapolis, Cedric Alexander, who's both are now MS Now law enforcement analysts. I'd like to start with Cedric Alexander about the culture of confrontation that these
off topic. I found out my uncle supports Trump capturing Maduro because he personally firmly believes in the Monroe Doctrine. That's not the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine is that Europeans cannot colonize the Americans anymore. That's the Monroe Doctrine. Monroe Doctrine is not, we're going to invade countries and replace their government so we can steal their oil. That's not the Monroe Doctrine. That's the Truman Doctrine. Your uncle is a dumb fuck. He doesn't even know what doctrine is being discussed. Dummy.
ICE agents are bringing to American cities. They're not in sync with local law enforcement, but even more in this specific case.
Also, it's not even really the Truman Doctrine. It's really the Trump Doctrine. Because it violates everything that has made the world since World War II not have massive world wars, is that we've all been like, listen, for the most part, we're going to respect other heads of state. We're going to respect borders. But Israel and their fascism has now bled into America. And America has, and what we've done with like the Iraq War and what we did in Vietnam, the fascist history that we have has now started to come home to roost. And it has firmly dissolved those international institutions we've had. Because until China is ready to confront the United States and stand for international law, until there is a actual opponent of the United States, China's not even really our enemy. China's focused on developing their own country. They're not interested in confronting the United States all around the world because they're not our enemy. They're just focused on themselves and their own people. We're the evil empire, and we don't really have a true enemy that's out there that we need to counter. We're just an evil empire that is exploiting and stealing from everyone we can get away with. That's the reality. Isn't the Monroe Doctrine a U.S. justification to dominate the Americas itself? The Monroe Doctrine is a justification to apply manifest destiny to all the Americas. The Monroe Doctrine is basically just the United States saying, the Americas, we are the predominant power in the Americas, and we don't want Europeans to be interfering in America and colonizing America. That's the Monroe Doctrine, okay? Monroe Doctrine isn't, we're going to go in and invade countries and steal their heads of state in order to help make sure American oil companies can rule over. Now, the effect of pushing out Europe is that America did dominate, but that's not technically what the Monroe Doctrine is.
We're all talking about the actual shooting and where the car was going and the point blank range and the nature of it, of course. But I'm wondering, when you look at the video, what you think about the first ICE agent who jumps out of the truck and runs to the woman in the car and starts to open very aggressively the door. Does that stand out to you as a major part of this in any way?
Well, first of all, good morning. Everything about this video that we see and everything that's being reported is disturbing. Not only that, we can look at this video and the limited sound that we may have, and we can all assess that something very wrong, bad, illegal went on here. Police officers are not trained this way, and particularly police officers who are trained to go into communities, work with communities, even in adversarial conditions. Anytime, and I've been saying this for months, anytime that you bring in federal agents, in this case, ICE agents, who are coming from various parts of the country, who do not know the community.
Bro, Biden did regime changes that nobody gave a shit about. Stop doing revisionism on behalf of America. I'm not. I literally, are you stupid? I literally said that we did do it many times. What the fuck are you talking about? Did you see a different streamer? You typed that out and then you didn't listen to what I actually said? I said this is an escalation. Do you not understand that things could be, that America could be doing a whole bunch of bad shit and then it could get worse, and that getting worse is actually notable and important? This is the like problem with a lot of people who become like newly converted leftists, is they don't understand that bad actions exist on a continuum. Right? Like there is good actions and bad actions, and then there are intensification of the bad, and there's been a severe intensification of the bad, which we saw coming, by the way. And now, but it's opening people's eyes. It's removing the velvet glove, whatever fucking metaphor you need. Now more people are open and to the idea that America is bad. It's not time for you to be a smug dipshit. It's not the time for you to be like, I was right. I've been right for fucking decade now, okay? Who gives a shit? I've been right longer than you. Who gives a fuck? The point is that we need to build a movement to stop it. I don't care about being right. I don't care about being thought of as right. I want to have power for the movement that I believe in. I want to be able to stop the bad shit. Not a, I'm not surprised. Oh, you just found out about that? Stop being so fucking smug. You used to not know a lot of shit too. Jesus Christ. Hello from France. What's happening in the USA? Are you still the leader of the free world? What are you talking about, Frenchie? Your president just supported America invading Venezuela and kidnapping the president. What the fuck are you talking about? You guys are right on your knees for us. The only politician in France that wants to stand up to America is Jean-Luc Mélenchon. Are you a Mélenchon supporter? If not, you're a cuck to America.
Communities in which they're being stationed in, who do not have relationships with local police that they're working with, do not have a strategy in which they're going into.
What gives the U.S. the right to declare the Monroe Doctrine? Just because they were the first, because they're the most powerful country and they can, is the answer. Canadian checking in, worried the fuck about your country. You mean our country? Trump's talking about Greenland, but he also talked about Canada. In the most recent episode of Fallout Chat, one of the characters is somebody who has been alive for 200 years. They spent most of it frozen in cryostasis. And the other candidate, this is not spoilers. This is not spoilers at all. It's just, this is actually not spoilers. Another character finds their ID and it shows, it's an American ID from the annexed territory of Canada. So if I were a Canadian, instead of being worried about America, you know what I'd be doing? I'd be calling my politicians and saying, we need to leave NATO. We need to form a self-defense organization with Mexico, Brazil, Canada, and Europe. We need to start signing a mutual defense pact with China. We need to bring in some Chinese military bases on the American-Canadian border. We need to develop nuclear weapons. We need to kick out American troops and service members and installations from our country, and we need to protect ourselves. Because if you don't, we're going to roll across the border. We're going to roll across the 49th parallel. And it's not a very defensible border right now. Minnesota lawmakers said the Trump administration has barred him from taking part of the investigation into yesterday's ICE killing. So fucking what? Push past them. You mean the 51st? Is it the 51st? What parallel is the U.S.-Canadian border? The 49th parallel. Isn't that what I said? What did I say? Isn't that what I said? Oh, it was a joke, Mike? Oh, the person doesn't know what parallel means. Okay, I was confused.
These communities to do their work in which they have been charged with. This is what you're going to get. This is not going to be the last time. They are operating with a sense of impunity is that they can go and do whatever they want to do. And from the highest part of government in our federal government, from their boss there at Homeland to the President of the United States, who endorse this type of behavior and try to defend it as being someone viciously attacking their officers. I've been in this profession over 40 years. I know the importance of keeping officers safe, but also know the importance of keeping our communities safe. And you cannot have individuals go into a community doing their job, whatever it may happen to be, which American people still are not very clear about, operating in the manner in which they do, and expect that to have a negative outcome. This is shameful to law enforcement. And Rivernow, you know as well as I do, over the years, we have worked so hard to build these relationships in communities all across this country. And now these communities appear to be invaded by what many people will say a force in which that is not conducive to building relationships or to helping them achieve their mission. And as someone said earlier, had this been local police, based on the video that we're seeing right now, they would already be in jail this morning. And it's just shameful what is going on in America. And I say that as a 40-year veteran in this profession and still work in this profession, leading men and women today here in Metro Atlanta. But this is not going to be able to work in this country. And I think the fallout from this is going to be something that we wish for could not ever happen. But the community is not going to accept this across America. This is blatant and it is horrible in terms.
Wait, this fucking pussy blocked me? This fucking pussy blocked me? Okay, I guess he limited. Okay, sorry, chat. I got wrong. I was wrong. He doesn't allow you to reply to this tweet. Wait, it says I've been blocked. Huh? But then I go to it. I guess he unblocked me? What the fuck? And he was surprised at what happened to Charlie Kirk. Hasn't been paying attention. Go anywhere. Reddit, Twitter, ECT. And you'll find thousands of unhinged direct calls to violence over politics. By the way, chat, this isn't going anywhere. This is clicking around, you fucking incel. You fucking senile squalor syndrome moron. I love you, Pa.
Of what we've just witnessed.
I think you
click
said it very
click around on your computer.
well, and I think that is why we must all, as across this country, salute the person that videotaped this, so that we do see what we saw. Again, I went back to the Rodney King situation in '91, where it was an innocent guy just videotaping that. Whoever taped this cleared a lot of this up. But at the same time, I think you would join me in saying we should not, in the community or outsiders, come in and in any way become the rioters that they fantasized and fabricated yesterday.
No outside agitators. You don't want outside agitators.
Outside or inside, because they then turned the story to them rather than what happened to this woman that appears to be certainly a victim.
Really? So, Chief Major, you not only ran the Capitol Police, but also departments in Virginia and Maryland. You understand well guidelines, protocol. Just based on your vast experience, what you saw yesterday in that video, and again, we'll say again, we haven't seen exactly with our own eyes, so we've heard eyewitness accounts what happened in the moments before that video that we've all now watched many, many times and the public has seen. What do you see in that video?
You know, I've overseen dozens of officer-involved shooting investigations during my career, and we've had in a number of them we've had video, whether it was body-worn camera video or video from someone who was watching the events unfold. And what's interesting is that you can have 10 people see the same video and have come to 10 different conclusions about what they saw. With the experience that I've had, this raises a lot of questions, and the first one has been talked about. Why did this officer stand in front of that car?
Personally, chat, here's what I'm gonna say. Stop being so preoccupied with outside agitators and doing protests the quote right way. There is no right way to do it. These guys shot a lady for no fucking reason. They're gonna try to bully and attack you. You need to be ready for that. We are in a moment, like, if you think that we could avoid repression by just being good little boys and girls, you're fucking stupid. That's over. That's done. Okay? That's liberalism. The purpose of protest is to get media attention. All right? It's a form that took place when mass media was created because we had democratic control, or at least partial democratic control of our institutions. And big protests got coverage in the media, and people could see that there was a large grassroots support for a movement. We don't have any the era of protest being effective is largely over. And I don't say that because I want it to be true. I'm just observing reality. Either you have real organizations that can put real pressure on politicians and corporations through attacking their bottom lines, disrupting their normal functioning, or replacing their politicians with your politicians. Otherwise, the protest movement doesn't matter. It must have material effects. It must have a movement that could apply actual pressure, more than just yelling and posting. We must have actual militancy. And I could tell you right now, and I said it the other day, I obviously don't want you to commit any crimes because that's against TOS. But we did not get the post-World War II stuff because we were nice.
Of 1941 at Bethlehem Steel.
It wasn't the first strike, and it wouldn't be the last, but it was memorable for many reasons.
Your grandparents and great-grandparents got the unions because they were willing to do violence. They were willing to go into their jobs and refuse to work. They did sit-down strikes. They would go into work and they would sit down at their job and they would do nothing. And they would say, I ain't working. They didn't stand out at a picket line. They went inside the factory and disrupted everything. That's the reality. Open presents, thank you.
And now Pathé News brings you the pictures of the actual riot at plant number 9. Here are strike sympathizers attempting to get at those inside the plant who fought sit-down strikers.
It got ugly in Michigan in 1936 and 37 when auto workers there went on strike against General Motors. The labor dispute made national headlines. Just a few years later, it would be Bethlehem Steel in the spotlight when workers there organized a strike of their own.
It began on March 24th. Of 1941, almost from the first, was a violent strike.
It was not the first strike at Bethlehem Steel Mills. Workers had walked out in 1910 and again in 1919. But by 1941, they were still asking for better working conditions, higher wages, and union representation. The Steelworkers Organizing Committee called the strike, and by 11 p.m. that first night, there were some 2,500 strikers, revelers, and women and children at the company's main gate.
The Bethlehem Police Force and the state police were called in to break up the strike. Some of them were very good about it, some of them were not.
The peaceful picket turned violent after tear gas was lobbed into the crowd. Cars were overturned, windows smashed. The governor declared a state of emergency in Bethlehem. State and federal mediators were brought in to help bridge the gap between the workers and Bethlehem Steel's CEO.
Eugene Grace realized that the best thing for him to do was to at least negotiate or begin the process of negotiation.
On March 28th.
Wow, the CEO realized the best thing for him to do was begin. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is it because they asked nicely and they were good little boys and girls? Or did the CEO realize, I better negotiate or else? This is a historical fact. They didn't get the Great Compression, which is when the wealth of the rich went down relative to regular working class people because they were nice. They gave up power because they were scared to save themselves. Do you think Elon Musk feels scared right now? Do you think any of these billionaires feel pressure from our movements? They don't. And that's why we're not winning. The moment they feel like, oh, fuck, I better give up some money or else I'm going to be in trouble, is when you'll start to see the social democracy doesn't come from liberals like Atriok. It comes from people like me calling for the expropriation of all of their wealth. And they get scared and they run and say, okay, what about a compromise? Would you guys like free childcare? Would you guys like free college? Would you guys like free healthcare? When they're scared is when we get the concessions. Not when you ask nicely. And I'm not saying this because I'm advocating for violence. I don't want you to commit any crime. I'm just observing historical fact, okay? And that's what I'm looking at.
8th, 1941, it was announced the deal had been reached to end the strike. Perhaps the biggest win, Bethlehem Steel agreed to continue to engage in collective bargaining with its employees. A year later, the Steelworkers Organizing Committee, operating as the new United Steelworkers of America, negotiated the first union contract with Bethlehem Steel.
So it wasn't until there was a violent strike that suddenly the union got recognized. After 30 years of trying it in a nice way, A violent strike got it across the finish line. Far left libtards defending terrorists. This is the daily routine now. Yawn. Well, far left terrorist? What terrorist? A mom dropping her kid off and getting shot by ICE agents? A fucking poet? Cars are deadlier than guns. I've been saying it for years. You have to be a dumb fucking Canadian dipshit that has a lot of gun control, you dumb rat fuck, to say something that's stupid. I always say that vehicles are weapons. It's not great policing to stand in front of cars, but it's not great civilianing to press the gas pedal being asked to stop and people are in front. He was told to leave at the same time, you dumb fuck. If the only two things you could be are bootlicker and terrorist, I'll be a bootlicker. That's my class. God, what a stupid fucking name. What a fucking rat. XQC is such a fucking cowardly ass bitch. What a disgusting rat. She wasn't even protesting. She wasn't even protesting, chat. These trigger happy dipshits murdered someone who wasn't even protesting. She wasn't even protesting. She was trying to turn around. She was waving the cars by.
Car. Secondly, why did the officer who approached the car not say, ma'am, you got to move your car, and give her the opportunity to...
They did. One of them did tell her to move. Another told her to get out of the car, and the other shot her to death. She was given contradictory orders.
Either back up or go forward. It appears to a lot of people, including myself, that she was trying to get out of there. But we don't know why she stopped where she, perpendicular in the road. Was she trying to get around another vehicle? Was she trying to leave? Was she trying to block ICE? We don't know that. But no matter what the reason was, she did not deserve to have to give her life because she was sitting in a vehicle blocking a roadway. So I think, and Cedric and I have been friends for a long time. He knows the same thing I know, is that ICE is not trained to do urban policing like cops are. They immediately escalated the situation. They didn't have to. They used bad tactics. The shooter used bad tactics. And then even after the shooting, you didn't see one supervisor approach the shooter, which should have been done instantly. You didn't see anybody render first aid to the woman who was shot, which again, I've had cops that have been involved in these shootings, and then the next second they're rendering first aid to the individual who's been shot. This is what cops in local police departments are trained to do. You didn't see any of that yesterday.
And you talked about how the law enforcement officer, the shooter standing in front of the car, handled that wrong. I'm curious your thoughts. Is there any ambiguity about whether or not he should have fired from point blank range from the side of the car when he was on the side of the car and in no danger?
I don't think so. And again, what I see in the video, that vehicle never got within 2 or 3 feet of that officer. The officer who went up to the vehicle and was holding on to the door was jostled around a little bit more than anybody. But again, was his life in danger? That's the law says that you only can use deadly force if your life or the life of someone else is in danger or of death or serious bodily injury. And I don't think that was demonstrated anywhere during that incident yesterday.
Retired U.S. Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger and former Commissioner of Public Safety for Minneapolis, Cedric Alexander, thank you both very much for being on this morning.
And there's an angle of video that does show he was brushed by the car as the car was going by, but certainly brushed just very briefly on the side, and he started firing.
He wasn't even knocked down, okay? Her tires were pointed away from him. She was not trying to hit him. She was trying to go away from him. He was not knocked down, right? It wasn't like she rolled over him or pushed him onto the hood or knocked him down off his feet. It was icy. They fell down walking, like he was so not in danger. Like one of the Gestapo agents falls down in the ice just walking. He was leaning into the car so he could shoot at her. Like it's not even close to there. By the way, and the reason why we're doing this hair splitting bullshit is because people are liars. And they're trying to find some excuse. Oh, well, she brushed him. That's not what lethal force is not authorized when you get brushed. Asman even admitted she wasn't trying to kill him. And he was not in danger and she wasn't trying. And he shot wildly. So, chat, by the way, so let me get this straight. If I'm walking down the street and I go in front of Asman's car and he pulls forward and I just take out a gun and shot him, he would say that was justified? That's batshit crazy. And ICE hits people with their cars. Cops hit people with their cars all the time.
We also have new information just in from another raid just outside of Roosevelt High School. A witness shared this video with WCCO. Let me show you this video that a witness shared. A witness shared this video with WCCO in just the last 30 minutes. She told us that she was approaching the school at 3:30 as school was getting out for the day. As soon as she pulled up, she saw a crash 3 cars in front of her. At that point, she says several agents came out of the cars in front of hers and immediately started tackling people on school grounds. She says the vehicle they got out of were all unmarked SUVs. No lights on, and she did not hear any of them state who they were or who they were with. She did see agents again tackling people, hitting people after they were on the ground, using pepper spray or some kind of irritant. She says students were also in the crowd as they were just coming out of the school, teachers too. She is a Roosevelt grad and says she was shocked by what she saw happening there, saying it was awful and very sad.
All right, chat. Let's keep going. Hold on. Let me see here. Do we have the video of the hearing? Like, aren't they doing a press conference? Is this supposed to be happening? Fucking weirdo. Here's a non-10p. I don't want to watch the exact same video again. Every poll is the same. No matter the issue, whether it's ICE or handling the military or invading Venezuela, Republicans massively support whatever Trump does and everyone else hates it. Surprise, surprise. It's exactly what I said. There's a 65-35 split in this country. Can we just campaign to the 65 and ignore the fucking 35 for the rat fucks they are?
Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, without any evidence at all, accuses this 37-year-old mother of three who had just dropped off her kid at school of being part of a domestic terrorism operation and cites her as a domestic terrorists.
Right, and everyone we've spoken to, Wolf, experts, law enforcement officials, those who used to work at ICE, say it's simply too early in the investigation, based on what we know, based on what we've seen, to make any sort of claim like that.
Yeah, ridiculous claim. And we have some new CNN reporting that we're about to share with you. Multiple Department of Homeland Security officials are privately expressing shock over the department's immediate response to the shooting.
CNN's Priscilla Alvarez joins us now. So you've been talking to your sources within the agency, and it's different. It's interesting to see how Tom Homan has been handling this as it compares to Kristi Noem. Tell us more about what you're learning.
Well, and Tom Homan being the White House border czar who took a more measured response when he, in an interview with CBS, where he said he didn't have all of the evidence yet, for all the reasons that you two just walked through in terms of the Homeland Security Secretary's statement and press conference, where she called this an act of domestic terrorism, where she said that this woman was trying to, quote, run over the law enforcement agents. There was so much shock among Homeland Security officials over all of that, because typically the precedent is that you don't get ahead of the investigation, that you say there's an investigation ongoing and you don't draw firm conclusions. So I was getting multiple messages about just the sheer surprise that the Department of Homeland Security would reach that conclusion so quickly, only a few hours actually after the shooting, and reiterate that later on in the day during that press conference. Now, the officials I've spoken with also caution that they don't know all of the set of circumstances here, and that they stress that there does need to be an investigation. But what they have seen in the videos doesn't seem to align with the training. The secretary said that the training was followed, but typically, for example, ICE officers wouldn't get in front of a vehicle, which appears to have happened here with this officer. In fact, they are trained to form what is called, quote, a tactical L, to that 90-degree angle to avoid being in front of the vehicle and to avoid injury. So it's these little maneuvers that are made that Homeland Security officials I've been speaking with say have called into question the conduct of this officer. I want to reiterate, however, we don't know a lot about this officer yet. The secretary said that he is, quote, experienced. But I will also add that in my sourcing calls, I have also been told that when the hundreds of agents arrived to Minneapolis and Minnesota in recent days, they did have extensive briefings about the possibility of protesters and agitators. So this is something that prior to this incident, they had been aware of could happen. They had been told that if it got violent, they were to call local police for backup. I'm also told that in those briefings, they were told not to engage if people were just yelling. So certainly there were agents who, coming into this assignment from all over the country, including places like Florida, California, Georgia, had been advised that there could be protesters, but were given some level of guidance as to how to deal with that. Lastly, I will say the officer, though we don't know much about him, he had been hospitalized and discharged. According to my sources, that would be typical in an incident like this, and he would also typically be put on administrative leave. I've asked the Department of Homeland Security if that is the case, and they have not responded yet.
And just to be clear, ICE agents aren't required to wear body cameras,
That's right.
And so do we have any indication whether they
We don't know if they had the body cameras on in this particular case. In the Minneapolis region, they are not required to have those body cameras on, according to a law enforcement source that I spoke with. So we'll see if any of them did, but certainly they are not required across the board.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez, thank you so much.
And joining us now to discuss what's going on, CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams. By the way, he's a former assistant director for legislative affairs over at ICE, knows the issue very well. He's a former federal prosecutor as well. Also joining us, Jason Armstrong, retired Ferguson, Missouri police chief. He faced a very similar situation in his town after the 2014 police killing of Michael Brown. To both of you, thanks very much for joining us. And Jason, let me start with you. There are multiple angles showing this shooting. You've seen the video, presumably in slow motion, regular motion, several times. What's your take, and what do you see in the video?
What I see in the video is it looks like that there's some vehicles that leave that area prior to the incident happening. They drive past the vehicle, the individual that was shot and killed by the agent. They drive past the vehicle while it's stopped in the roadway. So, you know, we're hearing reports that they were blocking the roadway, but I see vehicles leave beforehand. Then you see the one vehicle pull up and the two agents get out and approach the vehicle. The agent that actually did the shooting comes from the other side. And one of the primary questions, you know, that I would be interested in knowing in this is if the driver saw that individual in front of the car because she was engaged with the agents that were at her window. And when the vehicle pulls off, these situations unfold very fast and quickly. And you know, it was unfortunate that the agent was in front of the vehicle. One of the things that we really emphasize in law enforcement is the tactics of de-escalation. And one of the things that we try to do is not put officers, agents in front of vehicles, especially vehicles that are in motion, to try to avoid situations like this from happening.
There's a lot of serious questions raised by this video and the different videos we've seen of the angles, no doubt. There's still a lot of nuance here, though, and facts that we just don't know. But listen to what Kristi Noem, Homeland Security Secretary, said not long after the shooting.
This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism. It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation, and took actions to defend himself and defend his fellow law enforcement officers.
Not long after, the mayor came out and said that narrative from the federal officials like Kristi Noem was BS. But how can you make such quick judgments either way so soon after this happened?
You absolutely cannot, Pam. Have we not learned anything in the last decade of trying to unpack whether police-involved shootings or even individual ones between people? There are a host of complicated questions over the reasonableness of the fear of the person shooting in an action that certainly can't be unpacked from looking at a video. I will say, setting aside sort of the nonsense that came from the Secretary of Homeland Security today, or yesterday, the smartest comments, I think, came from Tom Homan, the border czar for the White House, who is known as somewhat of a hardliner on immigration, and somebody I worked with for years at ICE. Tom was clear that we can't rush to judgment when looking at a video. Why? Because he's actually a law enforcement officer and did this for decades and years and knows that it is incredibly risky on either side to look at a video and try to unpack it as if we really know.
Let me just follow up on that and get your thoughts, because that the Secretary of Homeland Security immediately described this woman, Renee Nicole Good, a 37-year-old mother of three who was driving along, as a domestic terrorist. Right. That this was a domestic terrorist operation against ICE. What was your reaction to that?
That's very strong language, for lack of a better way to put it, Wolf. In order to refer to someone as a domestic terrorist, she's necessarily saying that the actions were taken deliberately to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, or to make a statement, to use a violent act as a means of making a political statement. That's a pretty broad claim about an individual that you really don't know what statement she's made, what writings she has made, has she attempted other acts before. It's a sweeping claim, and it's entirely plausible, I'm not saying it's true, but entirely plausible based on the video, that this individual may not have had a political motive in driving the vehicle. And so, yes, even if the facts might say that she acted with some violent intent, there's no way you can look at this individual right now, based on what's publicly available, and make a claim of domestic terrorism.
I think she had just dropped off her 6-year-old kid at school and was driving back home.
Look,
There's
terrorists.
a lot of- right, her ex-husband said that,
Yeah.
and then we've also found out through our reporting that she was there 3 minutes before as well. I mean, there's just a lot. There's a lot we don't know. But Mike, just to follow up on what Jason said, you know, he made the point that ICE officer came up and tried to open that door, right? And there is a scenario in which she's looking at the ICE officer, not understanding that another ICE officer stepped in front of the vehicle. If an ICE officer puts themselves, or law enforcement agency puts themselves in a position like that, standing in front of a moving vehicle, but then also has reasonable fear for their life, how do you look at that from a legal standpoint?
You, with your legal education, Pam, have touched on the very nature of a factual dispute, and there is an open factual question as to all of these matters. Yes, an individual, a law enforcement officer, or any one of us might have put themselves in harm's way, but also been the, I guess, the recipient of a violent act. And I think it's for ultimately judges and juries to conclude at some point, did this person invite this trouble, or was the aggressor, or pardon me, who was the aggressor or perpetrator here? And I just think, from looking at a video as we sit here, we are not equipped to really make definitive conclusions about any of those things.
Yeah.
Now again, this all comes in the backdrop of tempers flaring in Minneapolis. It comes in the backdrop of a political climate around immigration that is very fraught, both for law enforcement officers and the public in Minneapolis. But the idea of simply looking at the video and making definitive conclusions about it at this point, I just think is nonsense.
Definitive conclusions? Are you insane?
John Sopel joins me of the news agents. And John, I'd like to talk to you, if I can, more about this Minneapolis shooting. I spoke about it in the first hour, and there was almost universal, more than disapproval, anger at what has happened. Might Trump and his colleagues be able to just bat this away, or is it looking unlikely?
I think they'll bat it away. I think that there is half of America who thinks that she was a domestic terrorist. They've bought every line that Donald Trump has said, and that Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, has said, that there is no ambiguity about it at all. This was someone radicalized. This was someone whose heart was filled with hatred towards immigrations and enforcement and the ICE officials, and it's a done deal. And there is half of America who thinks there's absolutely no doubt about it. This was a cold-blooded killing of an innocent woman who was exercising her right to protest. And everyone has gone to the barricades in both directions, and no one is listening to it at all. Obviously, if you look at
I think one of the things that's kind of an interesting way that people approach these situations, and kind of like the failure of the modern world, is the incapability of people to make reasoned judgments, right? A mother of 3 and a poet was murdered in cold blood on the street by a fascist Gestapo that's invading a city based off of a YouTube video that was all propaganda and lies. That's the so they could target a population that is 80% American citizen. That is an objective and neutral description of what has occurred. That is not a biased description. That is an objective, truthful description. And what we have now is a world where liberals are incapable of just pointing to conservatism and calling it out for what it has become. Why is that? Because they're captured by corporations. And corporations don't want their journalists to take a side. Because sometimes conservatives might win, and therefore the corporations will be, the conservatives will be mad at them for telling the truth. So we have to manufacture a both sides are valid narrative, because that's what the money wants us to do. We can no longer make a journalistic approach. Both sides are manning the barricades. You mean one side is defending basic human dignity and the other side is arguing in favor of arbitrary executions on the street? What do you mean both sides?
That video and watch it very closely, which I've done now a number of times.
Me too, yeah.
The angle at which the bullet goes into the car through that windscreen means that the gun was fired from the side, not in front of the car, at the side of the car. So it's hard then to insist that this was someone who shot in fear of his life, because the car had already passed him.
And he was physically clear of it. You could see the space between it. You know, he was near to it, make no mistake. And the other guy who'd been pulling at the handle was obviously close to it. He'd stopped pulling it at that point, but window wide open. But he was clear of the vehicle. There was no danger to him from that vehicle.
No, and if you look at the statement that was put out by ICE, the federal agency responsible for immigration, they said that a number of officers were injured, but will make a full recovery. No officers were injured. There were no officers.
No. The man who shot her walked slowly away. To say call 911.
Exactly. So there was no one injured. So the story unravels fast as soon as you touch it. Look, it's possible that the guy who fired the shots did feel that the car started coming towards him, and maybe he reacted instinctively. And instinctively
was he pulled a gun while she was still backing up. We have a video. You can look at the video. He pulled his gun before she even went forward. What are you talking about?
In America means shoot first, ask questions later. And, the sad fact of the matter is that there have been so many shootings like this of people in cars, and then the law enforcement officials say, well, I felt my life was threatened and therefore it was self-defense, and so it goes on. But, this will play into radical elements on Trump's base who want to hear that the fight is being taken to immigrant communities, and that this was the woke mob, the Antifa, that they are domestic terrorists, and it just seems impossible to protest reasonably now.
And I always think about what it must be like as well from the point of view of the agents. There'll be a mixed bunch of people, I'm sure, but I saw on Instagram a couple of hours after this story broke, a youngish, like 30s, not a kid, a black guy in his car, in a car park, using his phone, stopped by 4 or 5 ICE agents. They pulled his door open. He was visible and half out of his car, and they said, show us your identity. And he said, I'm under no compunction to show you my identity. If you get me a law enforcement officer, a policeman, I will. But no, I'm an American citizen. They said, prove to us you're an American citizen. And he said, why do I have to prove to you I'm an American citizen? And they said, well, your accent doesn't sound right. That's what one of the ICE agents said to him. Your accent doesn't sound right.
So you are now in a position, and it's so kind of dark in some ways, that you can be arrested on suspicion of being brown or being black. And if you are Latino and you are in an area where there may be illegal immigrants, then you can be arrested just on the basis that we don't know who you are, and therefore you're coming to us to a detention centre until such times as you can prove that you otherwise. And so presumption of guilt until you can prove yourself innocent. It seems to be the modus operandi of some of these agents. And I think that, if you are Latino, or if you're from a Somali background, which is, the population of Minneapolis has the biggest Somali community in America, and there's a big concentration of Somalis who've come from Somalia, who are there. And it must be terrifying, because you may have had a passport, you may have had, a US passport, born in America, but you haven't got it with you, and you're arrested just on the suspicion that your accent sounds a bit funny, or whatever it happens to be. And so, look, Donald Trump, kudos to him, genuinely kudos to him, over the success he's had at the southern border, at which he is...
Who the fuck is this moron? Who the fuck is this moron? This is liberal cuckoldry at its finest.
Managed to stop illegal immigration to a trickle. He has also said that I am going to crack down on the illegal immigrants who are running the drug cartels and the gangs and are involved in criminality. Again.
And nobody would argue against that.
Nobody would argue against that. But because it's good theatre and it peps up his base, it's also being used...
And angers the others.
Okay, this is literally the exact same way that British liberals reacted to Hitler. The exact same way. The literal exact same way. Like... I'm trying to find the article. On November 21st, 1922, the New York Times published its very first article about Adolf Hitler. It's an incredible read, especially its assertion that Hitler's anti-Semitism was not so violent or genuine as it sounded. Many Germans saw Hitler's anti-Semitism as a ploy for votes among the German masses. Like, this is they're quoting directly from the same liberal hymn book. And the reason is because this is how liberals, I gotta close it, chat. This is so fucking useless. This is how liberals always react to fascism. Oh, it's not real. Oh, it's not now. Oh, it's not real. He's doing it to pep up his base.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world. In Minneapolis, thousands gathered for a candlelight vigil Wednesday evening to mourn the death of 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, a mother of three who was fatally shot hours earlier by an ICE agent at near point-blank range. Video of the shooting shows masked ICE agents approaching her vehicle, screaming for her to get out of the effing car, using profanity, and attempting to force open her driver's side door. As Good attempts to drive past the officers, a masked agent pulls his firearm and fires 3 rounds at Good. The shooting comes after the Trump administration deployed over 2,000 ICE agents to Minnesota.
Trump administration officials claim the agent acted in self-defense, but local officials, including Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, rejected that claim. This is Mayor Frey speaking Wednesday.
We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bull. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here.
According to press accounts, Renee Nicole Good was shot shortly after she dropped her 6-year-old son at school. She was killed less than a mile from the site of George Floyd's murder in 2020 by a Minneapolis police officer, a killing that sparked protests internationally under the banner Black Lives Matter. Democratic lawmakers have accused President Trump and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem of spreading misinformation about the shooting.
Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem accused Good of weaponizing her vehicle to commit a, quote, act of domestic terrorism, unquote. In a post on Truth Social, President Trump claimed Good, quote, violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. Trump went on to say, quote, it's hard to believe he's alive, but is now recovering in the hospital, unquote.
Can we stop with this nonsense? Like, I mean, like, what? Again, all I can say is these right-wing fucks do not care about truth. They don't care about justice. They think that words are used to manipulate and control others, and they've never faced consequences for their actions. Somebody who tells lies this stupid and this blatant, if, you know, I'm not in favor of corporal punishment, but if I had said some lie this stupid to my mother, I would have gotten the fucking wooden spoon to the back of the knuckles. Like, this is one of the most, it's like, even hearing this is an insult. All right, let's listen to Tim Walz. People said he went live. YouTube, you struggling? You struggling, YouTube? I got 64 gigs of RAM. Of that precious, precious RAM. Okay. Left-wing agitators threaten the lives of our immigration officials. We're going to fucking find you. We're going to fucking kill you. You're going to die, bitch. This is directly inspired by Democratic politicians. A direct death threat at federal officials and you pussy boys are tweeting about it? Go arrest them. What the fuck are y'all doing? The longer you let these animals run wild, the more violent and radical they will become. Asmongold. What is this? Huh? Pad Krapow is what VO says. Thank you, VO. Appreciate it. I'm not really that hungry yet, but thank you. A little early. 9:30. You gave me lunch at 9:30. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not ungrateful, Chad. I'm just laughing because it's like, bro. They eat ramen for breakfast in East Asia, she told me. Okay, fair enough. She's right. Okay, is this page, did it load yet? Are we still struggling? Did it just get, did the tab just give up? Okay, we got it.
Noem have stood and told you years, building, they're doing there, seeing neighborliness and kindness rise to the occasion is go and find out what they're doing there and give some help if you can. I'd also say last night we saw Minnesotans meet the moment once again. Thousands of Minnesotans demonstrated last night peacefully. They shared a message about the reckless ICE mobilization is not keeping us safe and led to the tragedy that the world witnessed once again. To Minnesota, I say thank you. There's strength in numbers, there's power in peace, and what we saw was a beautiful vigil to a life that we're starting to learn more about. And I will let those that want to push out false narratives, to slander or defame Renee Good, Minnesotans will tell her life story. Minnesotans will be there to defend her honor and see this as a human being, not a moment in time or the callous casualness that I've watched some people on TV gloss over what they saw. We've also spent a lot of time talking the last 24 hours about accountability. That means no function of government operates with impunity. It means when someone's in a position of authority and they commit any act that impacts our people, there has to be another place to turn to get justice. Checks and balances. Basic idea, the center of the formation of our country. It's the only measure that protects us from the abuse of government or federal overreach or tyrannical government. Yesterday, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the BCA, spent the day yesterday attempting to get that accountability. We have learned that the Trump administration has now denied the state that ability to participate in the investigation. And I just want to make this as clear as possible to everyone. Minnesota must be part of this investigation. These are nonpartisan career professionals that have spent years building the trust of the community. There's a BCA Force Investigations Unit that was created by the legislature, by the people of Minnesota, to provide an independent, consistent, and trusted mechanism for investigating the use of force incidents involving law enforcement officers. Minnesota has seen our share of these. And what you've seen is, and I have witnessed it during my time, that these professionals have risen to the moment. They are trusted by people. People who are not by...
Okay, chat, and this is an important thing to remind yourself, is when these liberals are put under pressure, they always fail toward the institution, no matter how corrupted the institutions are, no matter how useless, no matter how violative of rights. All they have to do is start aping the idea that the institutions are working and they're good people, etc., etc. Trust the system. This is the system.
Delivering on that expectation. I think it's clear to everyone as they saw this that it feels now that Minnesota has been taken out of the investigation. It feels very, very difficult that we will get a fair outcome. And I say that only because people in positions of power have already passed judgment, from the president to the vice president to Kristi Noem, have stood and told you things that are verifiably false, verifiably inaccurate. They have determined the character of a 37-year-old mom that they didn't even know, don't know. They've determined that the actions are done. I don't know. I've not used inflammatory terms of what happened. I've asked us to find the answers. The only way we find the answers is a thorough investigation by nonpartisan professionals. We've delivered that. We've been able to do it. We've earned the trust. And when I say that, the trust of BCA, and I tell Minnesotans the trust of law enforcement here. Everyone knows, globally, certainly here, that George Floyd, who was murdered a few blocks from this site, tore at the soul of who we were. But we healed. We built back trust. Chief Brian O'Hara came in and took one of the most difficult jobs in America of building back trust in the police force in Minneapolis.
They're like, we prevented any kind of real reforms. We captured the energy that people had and put them to Joe Biden, the guy who created the school to prison pipeline, the guy who created the war on drugs, the guy who created America's carceral state. We made all these dumb fucking people vote for him. It was such a success. We raised police funding. We gave them more guns and more military weapons and more tear gas. And we got your consent for it. Ladies and gentlemen, this kind of, I think I saw a chatter say this earlier, soccer mom politics just doesn't cut it anymore. It just doesn't cut it anymore. Either you are willing to start rebelling against Donald Trump, or you are unworthy of the office in which you hold. Donald Trump is a fascist and he's murdering us on the streets. Get your shit together, you fucking slob. Say ICE agents are not wanted here. And we are going to arrest the murderer. That was your oath to protect the citizens of Minnesota. Where are you?
Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Minnesota National Guard, they are there to protect and serve, as it said. They are there to protect Minnesotans. Throwing your anger at them only inflames this situation. And I know some of you were up at the Whipple building this morning, and to the press who are here, I saw some of this myself. Thank you. Continue to have access to every single space. Continue to cover this story. Continue to show the world what's out there. I will say it where our president won't. The press are the defenders of our democracy. You need to be there. But I also tell folks, protect our Minnesotans who are out there and don't turn the anger to them. This is a brazen use of force. They want us to bend the knee. They want us to capitulate. The way we give them what they want is allow them to use this as an excuse to put more troops on the ground. Use them as an excuse to show that these are violent protests. And I also witnessed what I think is going to be a pattern over the next few days and the coming hours, is I saw an individual show up there with the intent to antagonize folks who were peacefully protesting, with a bullhorn to scream at them. And again, the desire to move on that individual is exactly what they want, because our respect for the First Amendment means we will expect and respect all opinions. If this individual is there expressing support for ICE, that's their constitutional right to do so, and they need to be protected. Don't allow that to be a catalyst to create violence. We believe in states' rights. We believe the federal government needs to stay out of this. We believe that the situation has gotten worse and less safe because of their presence. And I will just say there were two incidents yesterday I saw after this that just tore at my soul. I saw an individual at the scene identify themselves as medical personnel, a physician, and asked to provide aid, and an ICE agent said, "I do not care." That lack of humanity was chilling to me. And after this incident happened, and after the tensions rose, ICE agents entered a Minnesota school, causing disruptions at that school. I can't say this strongly enough as governor, as a parent, as a teacher. To our elected representatives, Democrats and Republicans, I beg you, I implore you to tell them to stay out of our schools. This tragedy will be magnified 100-fold if this fight moves into the hallways of our public schools amongst our youth. And they're watching us. They're watching us now, how we respond. So I've got a few simple asks. Let us, the professionals, handle this on Minnesota soil, this investigation. De-escalate this situation by removing yourselves from this situation with these 2,000 agents that were put here. And above all else, stay out of our schools. I'd like to ask you to care, but that might be a step too far for some people. But I know Minnesotans care. So we'll protest peacefully. We will win in courts. We will certainly win in the defense of our democracy, because the American people see what's happening here. But the way that we don't win and the way that we lose, if this turns towards violence and allows them to escalate. It cannot happen. So I ask the grass top leaders out there, the faith leaders, the folks who are on the streets, and in many times the true leaders are not the elected officials. They're the folks on the ground. I beg you, implore you.
I'm not going to use all the powers and executive powers I have to arrest this murderer. I'm going to tell you to go complain on the street.
Follow those words of the leaders we've had.
If you want to tell us to follow the rules, how about you follow the rules that arrest the murderer? That's a pretty important rule, dummy.
I had the privilege of serving with John Lewis, and John talked about good trouble. I'm not telling you not to find good trouble, but I asked John many times, I said, John, I don't know if I'd have your self-restraint. Didn't you?
Bro, was crossing the Selma Bridge good trouble? It was violating the law. They were marching into the face of the state troopers. What the fuck are you babbling about?
You want to lash out? He said, yes, daily. But he said, I wanted to win this. I wanted to do what's right, and I wanted justice to prevail. And to do that, I knew the only way was to
Would police and state police even follow the order to arrest and resist ICE? Well, so what you're saying is that we live in a police state where the police are mutinous? Is that what you're saying? You're saying the cops are mutinous? Seems like we would want to know that, right? If the police won't follow orders according to the chain of command, then we should probably disband them.
lash out, to not give in to that. So to each and every one of you, we're not going to win this through violence. We're going to win it through justice. We're going to win it through compassion. We're going to win it through Minnesota Nice. And we're going to win it by holding every one of these people accountable as they should for what we've seen on the streets of Minneapolis. With that, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Jacobson to give you a situation update.
Thank you, Governor. Again, I'm Bob Jacobson, and it is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of Public Safety. First of all, again, I want to express my sincere condolences to the loved ones of Renee Nicole Good. Someone has lost their life, and that is not something that anyone takes lightly. Minnesotans came out yesterday to express their grief, their frustration, and their anger at this terrible tragedy. I expect that they will continue to come out today. And I want to thank everyone who demonstrated peacefully. This helped honor Renee's memory and gave her family space to mourn. Minnesota's residents and visitors have the right to demonstrate and to exercise their First Amendment rights. I want to remind everyone that there are safe ways to do so. Our goal is to reduce tensions, to avoid conflict, and to maintain a calm environment. As I mentioned yesterday, we recommend the following safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Please get together peacefully with others in public areas where pedestrians are allowed. March or walk together in pedestrian areas, please, not on the roadways. Make your voice heard through chants, speeches, and displaying signs. And there are a few things I just want to mention very quickly that are unsafe. Because as always, our top priority is public safety, and we cannot allow behaviors that create hazards, threaten public safety, or disrupt emergency services or endanger people nearby. That would include certainly demonstrating on the freeway, walking on highways, throwing objects, setting things on fire, property damage, graffiti, fireworks, illegal weapons, reckless and dangerous driving, or assaultive or aggressive behavior. I know that we all want more definitive answers about that fatal shooting that occurred yesterday. And as we are able to get those answers and dispel rumors and false information, then we can rightfully honor Renee's memory and help her family, loved ones, and our community heal. With that, I'll turn it back to Governor Walz and maybe a few questions.
Please. Esme? I have not. As I said yesterday, I did speak to Secretary Noem, and
you spoke to Secretary Noem. All these Democrats could do is do this pantomime of bipartisanship. That's all they can do. They don't know how to be like, these people are our enemy. These people are unhinged. They declared her a murderer, attempted murderer, criminal before they even did an ounce of investigation. They had a conclusion that the shooting was justified. All they know how to do is this pantomime of bipartisanship. You fucking loser. You're a fucking loser. And it's disgusting. And I'm tired of it. We need Democrats that actually hate the Republican Party.
received a lot of talking points. I will note that I asked Secretary Noem how she would have felt if President Biden had sent 2,000 troops into Rapid City, South Dakota, and she said she would have welcomed them. I leave that for the folks of South Dakota to determine. I've not spoken to the president. I would have
cowardly ass bitch. You cowardly ass bitch. You're not even running, you pussy. You're a fucking loser. You have the opportunity to say the truth once and for all, and you're a pussy about it. Sorry for saying pussy and bitch, chat. Coward and scumbag. Stop being so scared.
ask him first of all the goal here is to make America safe, is what he said. There is no verifiable evidence that any of this is making America safer. I would ask him to de-escalate in the moment, to allow Minnesotans to back up and grieve, to allow this investigation to be played out by the rule of law. I said it again, I have not passed any judgment on this. And to please, whatever it is, leave Minnesota alone. Earlier this week, I don't know if it was if something he wanted to have already made it clear. I'm exiting the stage here in a year. But I told him I have a year to continue to do what I love dearly and what I believe I've been good at, making Minnesota a better place to live. The number of calls we got today of parents asking if they should send their kids to school or not. Minneapolis had to make what I believe was the absolute correct decision to cancel school. We have students out of learning today. I would just ask him, I'm not talking anything about border security. I'm not talking anything about what he needs to do on that. None of this is accomplishing either his mission or making us any safer. So just give us a pause. Let us breathe. Look, we're exhausted. We're exhausted as
you fucking cowardly, worthless sack of shit. I'm not exhausted. I'm enraged. I've never been more full of energy. Never been angrier. What are you talking about? You worm! I'm sorry for losing my shit, but what the fuck are you talking about, you pathetic worm? A mother is murdered in cold blood and you're tired? Oh, is the governor's mansion not comfortable enough? Do they not have enough fucking... do they not have a sleep number bed?
Minnesotans, we're exhausted as Americans, and this relentless assault on Minnesota, for whatever reason, is just cruel now. It has reached cruelness. So please, just give us a break. And if it's me, you're already getting what you want. But leave my people alone. Leave our state alone, and look again and see what's happening. It's not me saying it. You're hearing it from many others. So that's what I would say.
Is there anything stopping state and local law enforcement from conducting an independent investigation into this, even if the federal government does not want to have you have a joint investigation?
So, great question. We have asked for cooperation from the federal government. We were invited in to do a joint investigation on this initially. We continue to work with the federal government all the time on joint investigations. This is not something new, whether it be with the FBI or other federal law enforcement agencies, so we are accustomed to doing joint investigations. As the governor has mentioned, our Force Investigative Unit within the BCA has a stellar reputation for doing quality investigations, for finding the answers to the questions that people have. There are so many questions out there that I know the public has from watching what's been shown on social media and regular media. And the goal for me would be to provide an investigation, preferably in tandem with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, because we...
Preferably in tandem with the guys that are working to cover up the murder. I think we're living in a world where people are just... They're... How do I put this? God, this is such an important philosophical conversation to have. And I want to do it justice. Many people are automatons that are just going about their business, and they are rule-oriented and infrastructure and socially oriented, and they just kind of do what other people told them to do, and they don't actually have the ability to look at the world around them and actually figure out what's going on independently. They just kind of go along with the crowd. This is a major problem in human cognition. A good example of this is when a tsunami is about to hit a beach. Have you guys ever seen that? The water pools out and it goes way below where low tide is. There's a paradoxical lowering of the water before the wave. And what happens is a lot of people, they just walk really far out. They don't look at that and go, holy shit, this is a tsunami, because knowing that would require them to like be able to process, first of all, have basic knowledge of how the world works, which they don't have. The second is look at the way events happening around them and independently figure it out on their own. They can't do that. So when you combine ignorance with kind of delusion, people actually walk further out and they become even more vulnerable to the tsunami. And they get killed. And that's what we're seeing. This is the tsunami of fascism. This is the water receding away from us on the beach. And Tim Walz, the Democratic Party, are leading us to check out the new low tide. They're not telling us to get to higher ground. They're not telling us to get off the beach. And the people that are telling it, and it has to happen right away. You can't wait. You have to move. The moment the water starts receding, you have to go, holy shit, that's a tsunami. Everybody to the fucking high ground. And the people telling you what to do are going to be shouting, and they're going to seem to be over-exaggerating. They're going to be passionate. They're going to be saying, move, 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 run, run, run. And those are the correct people. Those are the people that are trying to save your life. That's me right now. Tim Walz is the guy lounging on the beach, cracking open another beer, going, never saw the low tide go that low before. I need you to get out on the streets. I need you to be mad. I need you to say, this is not a situation where we go, well, we should work with the Republicans and we should work with the federal law enforcement. They're covering up a murder, and they're using the FBI agents are not following the law. The FBI agents are following the orders they're getting from Donald Trump. They're not acting as professional, neutral law enforcement professionals, which they've never been. But now it's very clear. It's very clear that they are a fascist Gestapo covering up the murder of a woman, a mother, a poet who was just dropping her kids off at school, who had waved past the cars and was complying with the orders to leave. And they murdered her in cold blood. And it'd be one thing. I mean, this isn't what I'm not saying this would be good, but it'd be one thing if they murdered her in cold blood and Trump came out and said, hey, they went too far. You know, he's going to be investigated. You know, I'm very disturbed. It'd be one thing if he came out and said that. Let's not jump to conclusion. Like if Trump came out and said something like that, but he said, and so did Asmongold, and so did the right-wingers. Yeah, she deserved it. She's a terrorist, domestic terrorist. They didn't even bother to look at the fucking video. And when they did look at the video, they were desperate to find an excuse for the killing. That means they don't care about your life. They don't care about any of that. And so here's what I'm going to say to you, you motherfuckers, is that if you see a right winger, don't let them be like, well, I support Trump, blah, blah, blah. I want you to cut them off. I want you to say these people need to suffer consequences. If you have a family member saying this shooting's justified, you need to cut contact. I'm dead serious. These people want you dead. And you need to call a spade a spade. You need to tell them that you will not associate with somebody who supports this fascist government. And you need to start exercising actual consequences on the people that do. I want us to create a world where 2019 is fucking patty cake. Cancel culture. You haven't even begun to see what I'm going to do.
Work with them all the time, and they are in, they do have all the evidence in the original investigative notes and reports. We have none of that. They have shared none of that with us. We would welcome the opportunity to jump back in, to do that investigation, use our high-quality investigators from the BCA to be able to do that with them, to find the answers that the public deserves. Without any of that information, without any of that assistance from the FBI or the federal government, we would be at a loss to be able to initiate and conduct a thorough investigation. For us to be able to do that, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, without cooperation from the federal government.
How difficult would it be to file state charges without the cooperation of the FBI?
To be able to file state charges, we would need, again, a full investigation, which would include the opportunity to have been at the crime scene, to have had the opportunity to take a look at all the video and evidence that the FBI would have in their possession. I don't make any prejudgments about what happened yesterday. We can all see what we want to see on the videos and what we have seen in the media. That doesn't mean that none of us, I will not, as a public safety professional, jump to any conclusions as to who is at fault in this. What I will say, though, is that unless we do that thorough investigation, unless we have access to all of that evidence, unless we have access to the agents that were involved in that, to any witnesses, without any of that, we would not be able to put together a quality investigation for any prosecutor to be able to make a determination as to whether or not someone should be charged with a crime.
I'm going to note on this, too, that no one less than Tom Homan yesterday said it would be unprofessional to pass judgment ahead of time. Now, the disconnect between...
Except the president did it, you fucking dumb pussy, and he's the commander of chief. With your... I mean, if this isn't the perfect example of what the Democratic Party is, I don't know what... Like, there's no better example of how much of a useless sack of shit Tim Walz is. And it's why he was pushed around by Kamala Harris. If Kamala Harris... Like, if I got picked to be Kamala Harris's VP, that is the permission to do whatever the fuck you want. Because what's she gonna do about it? You can go out there and say whatever the fuck you want, because Kamala Harris ain't got any... motion. And he was pushed around by Kamala Harris. What a fucking loser. It's really amazing that they found the only two people on the planet that could lose to Donald Trump and JD Vance. Actually incredible.
Between what Tom Homan said and Kristi Noem said needs to be rectified by the federal government. I will note, too, this is a question I asked, not being an attorney of my team, and it will go to the family, that there will certainly be civil cases filed on this, and those will be filed in Minnesota court and be held in court. Corn?
What is standard operating procedure when a federal agent of any kind in Minnesota shot and killed somebody, a civilian? Are you usually involved? Is there usually a joint investigation?
Generally, if there is any investigation involving use by a federal officer, generally the federal government, federal officials will lead that investigation. We have participated in numerous investigations in the past. It is very infrequent where there's a use of force by law enforcement officer, federal law enforcement officer, but we have worked jointly and shared information in previous investigations.
I'd like to say, I'm gonna add on this. I'm gonna say, if you truly wanted to de-escalate this situation, the logical conclusion would be to follow that procedure and allow Minnesota to participate. And that's where we started.
So they're not. Now what? They're not de-escalating. Now what? You're going to capitulate? You're going to beg? You're going to whine? Or are you going to order your state troopers to go and arrest this man to prevent him from fleeing? Are you going to arrest him for committing murder? Because if you're saying I can shoot people on the street in Minnesota and you're not going to do a goddamn thing about it, Tim, I don't think this is going to go well for you. Arresting this man is the moderate position. I want you guys to understand that arresting this ICE agent and putting him into protective custody is the moderate position. Doing what you're doing is the fascist position, you dumb fuck. That's what you liberals don't understand. Arresting this man and putting him in prison is good. Because if we find out who he is, he might get lynched. And I'm not saying it's a good thing. I don't like lynchings. I think lynchings are bad. But if you're going to let this guy walk around, he might get lynched. If we want to believe in law and order, he needs to be arrested and put in protective custody. If we're going to go through a trial, we need to have him arrested. That's the moderate position. And I don't want violence on the streets. I'm not Asmongold. I don't support people getting shot down in the street like a dog. All right? I want this man arrested. Mike, if a state AG charged him as an individual with murder and it got turned over to a federal district court, is that district where it would be tried? Why would you turn it over? It's a murder, which is against Minnesota state law. You charge him in Minnesota state court for murder. It doesn't need to go to federal court. There is a Minnesota has personal jurisdiction over this guy. Charge him in Minnesota state court. Why did we have top walls as an emote? Because for a short period of time, he was saying what needs to be said, that the Republicans are fucking weirdos and psychos, and he was arguing in favor of at least moderate policy that was on the left side of the spectrum. But I was never a Super Walls fan. I told you that. I didn't like any of the choices, to be honest. The reality, and then ultimately when he got picked, he showed himself to be a cuck, which is why I said don't vote for these losers. You have to remember that there was a period of time where he was like, well, you know, the pro-Palestinian movement has a point. And, you know, he was at least leaning toward the left a little bit. But then he got picked and he became a eunuch. And he's been a eunuch since. And he was a eunuch before, if we're being completely honest.
Yesterday, and it's one of the reasons I came out here, and I'm not going to criticize that because that was the proper process, and I'm going to have to talk to Minnesotans to try, and it's a very difficult task. I think we all know what can happen here, to calmly wait until all the facts come out. I think you in this room are seeing the gravity of this situation by not allowing Minnesota to participate, and the prejudgment that's already been made by leadership creates a very, very dangerous situation. And that's why, once again, I'm going to reiterate to our federal partners, simply let us be part of this. Use our professional folks. They will gain you the credibility and the trust of Minnesotans to believe the work that you're doing is honest, and it's not just a whitewash to backfill a predeceived notion. All right, so I got time for...
that the state can do to put in additional protection around schools or to allow for additional e-learning days for these situations?
Yeah, it's interesting, Dana, that you would ask that. We were just, as we were coming in here discussing, someone asked about that, and they mentioned Ruby Bridges and the Little Rock folks about escorting people in. We have not determined that yet, but it is a situation that we're going to have to explore.
They're studying it, chat. They're studying.
Or, as I said, again, the thing that cut me deeply was watching what happened in our schools and the chaos. And I was on with Commissioner Jett this morning as he's talking to folks from St. Cloud to Duluth about what they think about today. Should we be in classes today and tomorrow in those schools, or does it pose a potential risk? And so we're trying to figure that out. I think many of the things and the lessons we learned during COVID is local communities and local schools being able to make some of these decisions in the long run probably gets us better outcomes, but we are deeply concerned with that. I'm going to come back as soon as we get any more information from all of you. We'll be in front of you again. I will reiterate, and many of you know my wife Gwen, the First Lady, is an English and literature teacher, and we were talking about some of this, and she got asked the question, and it was when will all of this end? And what Gwen said, it will end when enough people say it will end, and I think that is sage advice. And then I couldn't help but thinking, and it scares me a little bit. I heard those words. We remembered, many of us in here in sophomore, when we read it, that the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most important directive. It certainly feels like that in this moment. And so I want Minnesotans to not believe that I'm telling you not to be angry, not to be scared, not to be
worthless, pathetic worm. You have the executive power of Minnesota. You are the commander-in-chief of the National Guard. You are the commander-in-chief of the state police. You are the commander-in-chief of the government of Minnesota. Use your power to protect your citizens.
Feeling a little bit hopeless in this moment, but I would also say this, and I saw it last night. I saw it during George Floyd. I've seen it throughout our history. When things looked really bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held that line for the nation on that July 3rd, 1863. And I think now we may be in that moment that the nation's looking to us to hold the line on democracy, to hold the line on decency, to hold the line on accountability, and more than that, to rise up as neighbors and simply say, we can look out for one another. We can have differences, but we've proved to the world going on 250 years that our democracy could hold. It feels to me like we're at one of those inflection points, that simply asking our government to give us accountability, listen to local leaders, ratchet down the rhetoric, let people feel safe in their person, and let's let our kids go to school without fear. Let's let our kids go to school knowing that tomorrow could be a little better day. And so we're going to work on that. I'll leave you with this, and I'm not sure when we'll get in front of you next, but to Minnesotans, again, just one last time, don't give them what they want. Don't give them the unrest that they want. Don't give in to allowing them to bring more folks in here. Don't allow them to expand this somewhere else. Rise up, wrap your arms around your neighbors, peacefully express your First Amendment.
You got a link for it? Or did you just give me a quest to find it? If you know where it is, then please give it to me.
Your constitutional rights, and let's start healing, get some answers, and move Minnesota forward. Thank you.
All right, that was Governor Tim Walz just giving a public safety.
Don't give them the unrest. Let them shoot down one of your citizens in the street, and don't be mad about it.
Update. He made several points there. He said actually at the very end that the nation is looking to us here in Minnesota to hold the line on accountability, that we are at an inflection point. He made it a point to talk about how the BCA is being denied any investigative materials, interviews, witness accounts of what happened in the shooting yesterday. And he did ask, he said Minnesota must be part of this investigation. He said, quote, it will be
Combine unqualified recruits, poor training, and legal impunity, and you get ICE, a weapon for presidents to terrorize and murder Americans. Yesterday's horror wasn't a mistake, it was inevitable. I personally think that I had my doubts about Graham Plattner, but he has shown himself to be a changed man in his response to the Venezuelan situation and his response to the ICE murder. And I feel like if you're not recognizing that, then you are a part of the problem, because we need people to be able to change. And yeah, he committed a lot of fucking evil shit in the American military, but we're all complicit in that. So critical support for Graham Plattner. I really appreciate his words. They've been some of the best of any politician in America.
Get out of our city. That's a quote. That message from the mayor of Minneapolis today to federal immigration agents after a deadly ICE-involved shooting. The Department of Homeland Security says an ICE agent shot and killed a U.S. citizen who was protesting an immigration crackdown. The department claims that she was trying to run over the officers with their car.
However, the Minneapolis mayor, police chief, governor, and a slew of others are disputing the government's claims. And Mayor Mamdani just now weighing in moments ago at a press conference on this case.
This is one part of what has been a year full of cruelty. And we know that when ICE agents attack immigrants, they attack every single one of us across this country. And this is a city and will always be a city that stands up for immigrants across the 5 boroughs. Part of what has been a year full of cruelty. And we know that when ICE agents attack immigrants, they attack every single one of us across this country. And this is a city and will always be a city that stands up for immigrants across the 5 boroughs.
Trump goes nuclear on 5 Republicans who backed the Venezuela War Powers resolution, saying they should never be elected to office again. I don't think Donald Trump is going to be very influential in the next election. I don't think Donald Trump is going to be that influential in the next election, but I guess we'll have to see.
Video from the scene shows the ICE agent walking away after shooting with no signs of injury. However, video from the aftermath shows outraged Minneapolis residents, including a doctor, screaming at the agents to let them help Renee after her crash into a parked vehicle after the shooting.
Can I go check a pulse? No! Back up! Now! I'm a physician!
Hey,
I don't
listen,
care!
we understand. We got EMS coming. I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Medics. Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor!
At a vigil in Minneapolis last night, residents decried the shooting of Renee Nicole Good and the Trump administration's decision to send 2,000 ICE agents to the Twin Cities. The surge in agents began shortly after President Trump called the region's large Somali community garbage and accused state officials of failing to root out fraud in social services programs. This is Mustafa Hassan speaking at the vigil.
It's important, honestly. It's just one, we lost a civilian / a human being. You know, we all live in a small world. Doesn't matter what color or race you are. I'm here on, even though me being Somalian and what we're dealing with, we had somebody who also that was in our community who passed away. And that's what we're here for. I'm here to support the cause. It's difficult now. A lot of people are moving around scared. They don't know if they're going to be actually going to their work or school or wherever the destination they need to get to safely and make it back home without being stopped and going through all that process.
The killing of Renee Nicole Good was at least the 9th time federal immigration agents have fired on people since last September, all in their cars. 5 people have died in mass deportation operations since President Trump ramped up the ICE operations when he retook the White House. For more, we're joined by 2 guests in Minneapolis who were on site shortly after the ICE shooting of Renee Good. Robin Wansley is a Democratic Socialist Minneapolis City Council member, longtime Minneapolis activist. This week, she was elected minority leader, marking the first time Democratic Socialists have had a leadership role on the city council. We're also joined by Edwin Torres de Santiago Network.
We are fighting
to keep this city a sanctuary city. We will continue to uphold that status and ensure that we do not allow ICE agents entry into New York City properties, be they schools, hospitals, or even the properties of New York City contractors, unless they can provide a judicial warrant signed by a judge. We will not be accomplices in the attempt to fulfill Donald Trump's promise to create the largest deportation machine this country has ever seen. We are fighting to keep this city a sanctuary city. We will continue to uphold that status and ensure that we do not allow ICE agents entry into New York City properties, be they schools, hospitals, or even the properties of New York City contractors, unless they can provide a judicial warrant signed by a judge. We will not be accomplices in the attempt to fulfill Donald Trump's promise to create the largest deportation machine this country has ever seen. We are fighting.
I mean, that's
work manager for the.
There you have it.
The Immigrant Defense Network, which monitors ICE activity and responds to community needs after someone is taken. They've received thousands of requests from Minnesotans who want to volunteer as constitutional observers of ICE in Minneapolis. We welcome you both to Democracy.
One part of what has been a year full of cruelty. And we know that when ICE agents attack immigrants, they attack every single one of us across this country. And this is a city and will always be a city that stands up for immigrants across the five.
Okay. Is this just what we already watched?
And what is driving this movement. And so I will always have to get outside to make sure that this is a politics that reflects the rest of the city, not just the confines of this place.
Saw what happened in Minneapolis. An ICE agent shot a woman directly and killed her instantly. And we know that in the previous administration, there were a lot of run-ins with ICE in the city where New Yorkers thought that NYPD officers were either protecting or assisting ICE agents. So how can New Yorkers, under your mayorship, trust that NYPD, when those situations arise, will be there to protect them and not to protect mass secret agents?
Well, I first just want to make clear that the news coming out of Minneapolis is horrific. This is one part of what has been a year full of cruelty. And we know that when ICE agents attack immigrants, they attack every single one of us across this country. And this is a city and will always be a city that stands up for immigrants across the 5 boroughs. And I have made it clear to everyone within my city government, and that extends to NYPD, that we are going to uphold our sanctuary city policies. We are going to adhere to them. That is why one of the 11 executive orders that we signed was to repeal the previous administration's order to allow for collaboration with ICE on Rikers Island. What we are going to be doing is following the laws that we have set, laws which have kept New Yorkers safe. And we are going to make it clear to each and every person in the city what their rights are. That's why we took the time to make a Know Your Rights video, because it goes back to the earlier question. If you don't know of your rights, then how can you be expected to actually use those rights? So we are going to take every opportunity we have to inform New Yorkers of what they already can do, and also to make it clear to our own city government agencies and departments across the board, including NYPD, that we are not here to assist ICE agents in their work. We are here to follow the laws of New York City. Thank you very much.
Is it Steph? That's me. Hi, I'm so grateful to be here. Congratulations and thank you. My question is about government bureaucracy. You've addressed it before as it pertains to small businesses, and I appreciate you acknowledging that it is an issue.
Honk shoo. Okay, moving on.
Now. City Council Member Robin Wansley, let's begin with you.
I hate the way that some people get so sycophantic in person, and it's very uncomfortable. Just ask your fucking question.
Talk about what happened soon after you got there. You heard about the killing, and you came to this area of Minneapolis, and respond to what's taken place, what President Trump wrote, what the mayor and the governor are saying.
Yeah, it's been a very challenging moment for our city, and that was put on full display yesterday after thousands of us received the word and also saw the video footage of Renee good being shot and killed by federal ICE agents. And I think the biggest takeaway to share with the public is fully in alignment with both Mayor Fry and Governor Walz is we must refute the blatant lies that the Trump administration is looking to put forward to cover themselves in enacting what was a blatant murder of a civilian, and a civilian who was simply making sure not only that her child made it to school safely, but made sure that her neighbors who are currently being terrorized and attacked by federal ICE agents could also have that same privilege. And she was shot and killed while caring for the smallest members of our community. And I think for anyone watching this, to know that if this could happen to a 37-year-old mother, this could happen to you in your city. And we can't accept Trump's administration's lies of them going after bad guys. No, they're going after everyone, especially those who are in opposition to the cruelty campaign that they are waging through federal ICE agents all across our city. So I'm absolutely standing in solidarity with our residents, with our elected officials who are calling for the immediate removal of ICE officials from Minneapolis. And not only that, we need the federal agent responsible for Renee's murder to be arrested and for local ownership of the investigation to proceed, because we cannot trust the federal government to investigate themselves when they are the cause of this travesty and harm.
And this is what it sounds like when you have a socialist in office, chat. This is what a socialist in office sounds like. What a goat. What a fucking goat. Oh, what the fuck?
So we need to have local ownership over that investigation and prosecution of, be it one agent, several agents who were involved in the murder of one of our beautiful civilians, a mother who should not have lost her life, while making sure that her children and those of many of our neighbors made sure that they could make it to school in the morning.
And Edwin Torres de Santiago, you received a text message Wednesday morning and you raced to the scene. Could you describe what you saw when you got there and who you spoke to and what they told you?
For sure. That morning, we were patrolling the western suburbs of the Twin Cities. Around 8:30 or so, we were just getting done patrolling places like Edina and other places.
I think we really need to start challenging our state's usage of domestic terrorist, echoes of Debs. If a 36-year-old mother, lawful observer, is a domestic terrorist, then we are all domestic terrorists. That's the point. That's the entire point. The point is to say that anybody who opposes Trump or protests Trump or resists Trump is a, quote, terrorist. And that means they have no rights. And who is a terrorist? Whoever Trump says is a terrorist. So the only thing that will give you rights is loyalty to Trump, except who determines who's loyal to Trump? Trump. So you will be living in an arbitrary environment where no one is safe. Even the sycophants can be thrown under the bus if it's useful for Trump. That's the essence of fascism. You're not part of the team. You think you are.
Places I've been also hit by ICE agents. We were making our way to Bloomington around 9:15 when I got a message from an observer that happens to have been walking on a morning walk between 34th and Portland, with the text message just being, someone was shot. We did everything possible to send constitutional observers to that area quickly.
Chad, apparently there's just been a story released that apparently ICE tracks everybody at all times through their phones. 404 Media has obtained material that explains how Tangles and Weblock, two surveillance systems ICE recently purchased, work. Weblock can track phones without a warrant and follow their owner's home or to their employer. A social media and phone surveillance system ICE bought access to is designed to monitor a city, neighborhood, or block for mobile phones, track the movements of those devices and their owners over time, and follow them for their places of work or to home or other locations. According to material that describes how the system works, obtained by 404 Media. Commercial location data, in this case acquired from hundreds of millions of phones via a company called Penlink, can be queried without a warrant, according to an internal ICE legal analysis shared with 404 Media. The purchase comes squarely during ICE's mass deportation effort and continued crackdown on protected speech, alarming civil liberties, experts are raising questions on what exactly ICE will use the surveillance system for. In other words, as I've been saying, our phones are now permanent wiretaps and trackers on every single one of us.
Within minutes of sending the alerts, and that's something that the Immigrant Defense Network does. We are a coalition of over 100 organizations across the state of Minnesota. We've been responding to ICE activity every single corner. Just now, earlier this morning, dozens of agents are in St. Cloud. Just yesterday evening, they're in St. James, and they're everywhere, from Red Wing to Duluth to the Twin Cities, and the metro has been hit hardest, but also in places like Mankato and in small towns like Northfield. They're everywhere. So when I and the rest of the team got notified, we send out an alert for people to be safe on 34th and Portland, and if you were a trained constitutional observer, to show up. I arrived closer to 9:40. I saw them wheeled the body into an ambulance. At that point, there was a handful of vehicles. More were coming, federal agents, and more were coming. What ended up happening was 40 plus agents that we counted, over 20 different vehicles of federal agents showed up to the corner of 34th and Portland where this incident took place. They were there supposedly doing an HSI investigation, but what ended up happening is that one of our neighbors got shot and killed that morning. We've been seeing this terror and chaos, so much chaos, that all schools and activities in Minneapolis today and tomorrow have been canceled. This is not normal. We've been seeing people terrorized all over the state and all over the country under the guise of protection. This is not protection. This is a campaign of fear, confusion. Our businesses are impacted. They're closing day by day. My own father doesn't feel comfortable stepping out of our home for months now. 2,000 agents were sent to our communities over the weekend. But let's not forget, we've had over 600 agents for over 6 weeks now. This is one of the largest deployments in any American city, in any American state, by this federal administration. Since December 1st, up until this week,
Democrats voted to give this agency more money than the Marines. I want you guys to understand that when they were telling you free college was impossible, they spent $175 billion on ICE. Free college is $60 billion a year. That's tuition-free public college and university for every American who is in school right now. Trump wants to raise the military budget by 50% to $1.5 trillion. The Green New Deal, fully funded under Bernie Sanders' Green New Deal, would have cost $1.6 trillion a year. Like the full Green New Deal. They would have spent what we would have spent on the Green New Deal on the military alone. So our country's roads are collapsing and falling apart. Our infrastructure is crumbling. We have hundreds of thousands of Americans living out on the streets. Americans cannot afford to live. Our public transit is a mess. We have congestion choking every single one of our cities. People are struggling with student loan debt, and they want to spend $1.5 trillion on the military in 1 year. This is what these dumb motherfuckers want to do with the money that you pay into taxes. I want you to understand something, chat, that if you are a conservative, you should be prevented from voting because you're too stupid. I had a lawyers conference Thursday prior to shooting, of course, and the theme was, do lawyers have a duty to speak out on Trump? There were politicians there, libs, but also old school labor lawyers. Discussion turned to lawsuits, which was interrupted by me saying, the only way out of this is to organize and shut it the fuck down. You could hear a pin drop because they all know, and they definitely know after yes. I mean, of course they do. Of course they do.
Nearly 1,000 people have been taken. And if we believe and trust the numbers reported, over 150 people alone were taken on Monday. It was this increase of enforcements. People are afraid. Now they're even more afraid with one of our neighbors being shot and killed.
And Edwin, could you talk about the communities that are being especially targeted, given Trump's comments, his obvious animus towards the Somali community in particular?
Our Somali neighbors, our brothers and sisters, our undocumented people, our Latino folks, everyone who looks like us, let's be honest, is who they're targeting. They're questioning Uber drivers for doing their job. They're questioning workers. They're looking for people who may look foreign, who may sound foreign, and are not afraid to literally ask. And we saw a video of an Uber driver just yesterday after the killing of Nicole Good going to Bloomington area and questioning a Somali Uber driver saying, well, you sound different. You sound like you're not from here. And literally said, you sound like you're from Africa. See those videos. That is racial profiling under the guise of protection. That is our communities being terrorized. And our Somali Muslim community members have been hit with so much hateful rhetoric and Islamophobia. Their businesses are being impacted and their communities are being impacted. For 6 weeks straight, we've been sending constitutional observers to over 30 different mosques throughout the entire state of Minnesota so people can just worship in peace. That is not the America, and that is not what Minnesotans believe of peace and protection. This is chaos, this is confusion, and now it is taking the lives of people on the streets, but also we know of people that are being terrorized and many who have died at the hands of federal agents once they're in the detention centers.
I wanted to go to Minneapolis resident Emily Heller, who witnessed the ICE agent shoot Renee Good and told CNN Good did not weaponize her car, as ICE claimed, as Noam claimed.
They seem like children. They seem like untrained people. And so that agent was obviously spooked because he had just killed someone, and it was very obvious to everyone who had witnessed it all that she would not make it. My life is forever changed from having witnessed this, and I just can't let this narrative that it was self-defense go any further, because it's absolutely not what it was.
So, City Council member Robin Wansley, what about the investigation here? Shockingly, the Homeland Security Secretary, instead of saying we'll investigate this, she and President Trump completely contradicted the video. I mean, President Trump saying that Robin Good ran over the ICE agent who shot her at almost point-blank range. We see him walk away, holstering his gun. He says he was hospitalized and barely survived.
Yeah, again, these are just more blatant lies coming from the Trump administration, because what their ultimate aim is to normalize this. They want to set this as the new norm for their operations, be it under Homeland Security, be it through ICE. They want to essentially say that we can circumvent your civil liberties. We can shoot civilians at our own discretion. And guess what, residents? Guess what, U.S. citizens? Guess what, general public? You have nothing to say about it. There's no accountability that you can have over us because we are a federal agency. And this is why it's so important that as the general public, supporters of the movements and organizing that's happening here in Minneapolis, for you all to help us in raising this banner, raising this call to action amongst the Democratic Party, amongst labor unions, amongst any organization that has said that they're committed to human rights, civil rights, social justice, equity, anything other than that nature, to make sure that there is responsibility, that there is a judicial proceeding, and one that is not led by the Trump administration, an independent investigation and a full, again, judicial proceeding over the federal agents involved in this. Because, again, this happening here in Minneapolis sets a tone for this to play out in many other cities where they can go in and kill civilians without any due process. And that's what we saw. They're rushing, as they did with the federal agent who shot and killed Renee Good in the morning. They immediately removed that agent or the agents involved from the scene and immediately went into public narrative mode. And they're trying to blame the victims, which is what they've been doing with this whole campaign of fear and cruelty. They're blaming regular people. And Edwin framed it so eloquently. These are people who are simply trying to work, people who are trying to make rent, people who are trying to take their kids to school, who participate in our communities. They want others to believe that these are enemies, that these are threats to our collective safety, when the ultimate threat is the Trump administration and their ICE agents that they're sending in to terrorize our communities. And it's up to us to say, no, we will not stand for this. And I am proud of our Minneapolis community that has a demonstrated track record of showing that when one of our neighbors are under attack, when our government institutions aren't protecting our residents in our most vulnerable communities, we will organize on their behalf. We will organize for justice. We will organize for accountability until we see those things be enacted. And we have no shorter expectations in this case in making sure that Renee Good and her family and all the other immigrant communities who have been terrorized and civilians who've been terrorized by ICE agents being in our city until they're held accountable. And if that needs to happen in our own backyard, if it's through the attorney general, if it's through our local state lawmakers, we need to put every proposal on the table to make sure that accountability and justice is delivered for Renee Good, and that ICE agents are sent, they're packing out of our city and out of our state. And also at the local level, we need to be exhausting every tool that we have. One of the things that I'm bringing forward in the coming days, as Edwin highlighted, people are afraid to leave their homes, to go to work, to go to school, to go to their places of worship. But in response to that, we're seeing February 1st approach. Rent is still due for thousands of our residents, and they have no ability to make that rent. And no resident should be forced to choose between keeping a roof over their head or having to leave their homes to try to work and risk being kidnapped and abducted, and if not killed by a federal ICE agent. So my office is going to be bringing forward an eviction moratorium where I hope to earn the support of my fellow colleagues, the mayor, as well as our general public, to make sure that our residents can shelter in place safely and don't have to worry about making rent, having to pay their rent, keeping a roof over their heads and their families' heads. That is the smallest thing of relief that the city can extend to our residents right now who are fearful to leave their homes, and justifiably so, while ICE is here in our communities.
Well, Minneapolis City Council, you've signed put together a statement calling for ICE to leave the city and the state, as have other local and state officials. Could you explain what kind of authority the city or the state have in determining whether federal agents should be there or not?
I think the authority is the welfare of our residents, the welfare of the people that we've taken an oath to serve and protect. Right now, the welfare of our residents, of the general public, be it here in Minneapolis and all across the state of Minnesota, as Edwin laid out, how this is impacting residents beyond the metro, it's very clear. Our communities are being destabilized. They're being terrorized by the presence of ICE here. And they are the imminent threat. They are the domestic terrorists right now in our communities that should be removed immediately. And whatever authorities that we can leverage, I don't care if it has to be legally, again, politically, whatever needs to happen. There are elected officials all across the country since Trump took office and decided that he would leverage immigration as his tool of division and as the spear of his campaign for cruelty to distract us from the fact that they are robbing us every chance that they can of our basic needs, of our ability to have a quality of life in this country. Since they've done that, it's important for us to look at the other cities that elected officials have used creative means to make sure that ICE and any of the faces or the extensions of the Trump administration, to make them know that they are not welcome in that city. And we've done some of that. We've said we're passing policies to let you know you can't stage in our public spaces. Maybe we need to ramp up enforcement of that using our own law enforcement to say, if you are here, no, cars will be towed. You will be reminded every...
Correct. Enforce the laws against ICE agents, of course. In fact, let's do that to every cop. That's called basic professionalism and competence.
That we can get, that you are not welcomed here. You will be denied access to bathrooms and all those things.
You have the mayor saying, get the F out of this city. Do you think we'll be seeing Minneapolis police arresting ICE agents?
I think that is the dream. That is the dream. Even with Governor Walz noting that the National Guard is on potential standby, the deployment of the National Guard or any law enforcement agency in our community, if they are being asked to show up in our streets, they should be asked to show up to protect civilians from ICE agents.
Edwin, we give you the last word. We have 10 seconds.
Right now, all I want to say for any listener and viewers is that we're under so much fear. And I am tired of living in fear in a community that I love, in a country that I love.
I want to say something, chat, and I don't mean this. I don't mean this to be harsh and cruel sounding, but I need you to harden up. I need all of you. Now, this man is from an immigrant community, and his fears are totally justified. But I need you, especially white leftists. I need you to harden up. And I need you to get ready to defend your communities. They don't care. In fact, they love to hear that you're in fear. Stop giving these people what they want, which is your fear, your pain. They don't deserve it. They lack empathy. They're not human the way you and I are. You need to look at them the same way a gray rock does. And you need to be just as hard.
My families are immigrants. We're not criminals. And we just want to live our lives.
Edwin Torres de Santiago, I want to thank you so much for being with us from the Immigrant Defense Network in Minneapolis. And we want to thank Minneapolis City Council member Robin Wansley. Thanks.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is Asmongold. By the way, it's not even clear she was a protester, but look at how they react. They have to transmorgify her into a protester.
The storm is here. When we come, one, we go all. No one can stop what is coming. Get here, guys. We need you in Minnesota. These people are fucking terrorists.
Patriots, get out here. We need the backup. And all you liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself or you're gonna get hurt today, all right? We executed one of you yesterday. We executed one of you yesterday.
By the way, look at these fuckers.
You understand that? We executed one of you yesterday. Don't get hurt. Don't get hurt.
You're just talking to white supremacists.
You guys keep playing stupid games. You're gonna keep getting stupid prizes. Okay? You guys keep playing stupid games. You're gonna keep getting stupid prizes.
The storm is here. When we come, one, we go all. No one can stop what is coming. Get here, guys. We need you in Minnesota. These people are fucking terrorists.
Patriots, get out here. We need the backup. And all you liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself or you're gonna get hurt today, all right?
Now, here's what I want you. Liberal commies is so funny because it shows how they're completely stupid. You know what? That's what's so funny about these guys is they're fucking brain dead. They're completely fucking brain dead.
It's beyond me that apparently from the federal government, from the Homeland Security Director herself, has already determined who this person was, what their motive was, and they hadn't even been taken out of the vehicle. We're not living in a normal world.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz reacting to an ICE agent shooting and killing a woman in her car yesterday morning in Minneapolis. We're going to go through what happened and the response from the Trump administration, which does not fit with multiple videos recorded at the scene. Plus, we will dig into President Trump's wide-ranging interview with the New York Times, telling the paper only time will tell when it comes to how long the United States looks to control Venezuela. Good morning and welcome to Morning Joe. It is Thursday, January 8th. Along with Joe, Willie, and me, we have the co-host of our 9 a.m. hour, staff writer at The Atlantic, Jonathan Lemire, the host of Politics Nation on MS Now, Reverend Al Sharpton. He is the president of the National Action Network. And we begin this morning in Minneapolis, where emotions are running high after that fatal shooting yesterday morning. The Minnesota Star-Tribune identified the victim as Renee Nicole Good, a local resident, after speaking to her mother. Good was shot in the head in a residential neighborhood south of downtown during an immigration crackdown. The chaotic incident was recorded by several witnesses. We're going to take you through what happened step by step, but we do want to warn you that the video is extremely disturbing. We don't yet know exactly what happened before the video. You will immediately see a gray SUV speed off and a gray truck pull up to the left side of the maroon SUV. Two officers get out of the truck and approach the SUV, with one of them pulling on the driver's door handle. That's important. The driver then puts the car in reverse, appearing to try to turn away from the scene. And that's when another officer approaches the front of the vehicle. You'll then see the officer in front of the car fire a shot into the windshield. And as the driver continues to turn to the right, He fires 2 more shots into the driver's side window as the car moves past.
He
the
fires
officers.
those shots. Do we have those shots? Do we have that slow motion going on, Alex, from the side? Because from the
It's there.
Okay.
The driver accelerates and moments later crashes into 2 cars parked near the curb and a light pole. It's not clear from the videos if the vehicle makes contact with the officer, and there's no indication. Here's the slow-mo
There's the side
of
shot.
whether the woman
One.
had interactions with the ICE agents earlier.
And according to sound and most people that have seen this, he fired 2 additional shots.
I mean, like, what's the justification for this shot here? I mean, like, even if you were wanting to say that the first shot was self-defense, which is completely absurd, he didn't even say a word. He just immediately went to the gun. Like, what is the justification for the more shots? Like, it doesn't even make sense. It's just nonsensical. It's because he wanted to kill a protester. He thought he had the justification to do so.
From the side at point blank range, right in to this 37-year-old mother's head, killing her. Look at this. And again, those suggesting that he was in danger of his life, let's just freeze it right there, Willie. We're going to have experts on who know about this, but I think we all have probably read a lot of regulations on what law enforcement officers are supposed to do, what ICE officers are supposed to do. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, and any of the materials that I have seen, and if some of the law enforcement officers who come on the show perhaps have better information or more updated information and guidelines than me, maybe they can share that with us, but suggests that any ICE agent has the authority to shoot at a driver in a car, an American driver in a car, or any driver in a car from the side where he is out of danger at point blank range at their head.
We're going to ask experts about that, but it seems pretty clear the answer to that is no. The protocol does not allow for that. What we've heard from the administration, we'll get through this in a couple of minutes, is that the car was weaponized, that the woman was attempting to ram those ICE agents.
We're talking about this Honda pilot
yes.
that was slowly turning the wheels to get out of there.
We don't see any ramming, certainly in the video there. As Mika said, we want to know what happened before that, because the administration is giving an account that simply doesn't line up with the video we've seen. If there's other video, if someone's seen something else, we need to see that, and soon. So let's see what happens next. After the shooting, the agent who fired the shots walks up to the vehicle, then walks away, telling other agents to call 911. As I said, Homeland Security.
But wait, hold on. This officer is the officer that the president said he was surprised he stayed alive.
Right.
And he's probably in the hospital right now. He doesn't look to be fine. He doesn't look as if he's, in fact, got any problems at all with what's just happened, and certainly no physical problems whatsoever.
One of the reasons we're showing the video is because the administration, including Kristi Noem, was so quick to say and conclude what happened here. And it's extremely disturbing video. There's blood on the ground.
Yeah.
It's as bad as it gets, but in order to try and give this the light of day, given the conclusions that were made.
I mean, I think one of the problems is that we've now entered a world where every conservative is basically operating from the position of police union president brain, which is I need to find any excuse to make this a justified shoot, as opposed to, hey, we all value human life and police shooting people is bad, and we want to discourage the police shooting people. It's like they're looking for an excuse to make shooting people okay and fine. And it's like, let's imagine that he didn't shoot her. Then what would have happened? she would have driven down the street and went home. Like what exactly was the shooting supposed to stop? Exactly. How do we know that? Because she kept driving. She just like what are we talking about? The idea that this should be justified is nonsense. The worst lib takes I'm seeing is they are hoping the cops arrest ICE. That's what should happen. That's actually not the lib position. That's actually the socialist position, and I'll tell you why. Because it heightens the contradictions. It forces the liberals to use their precious institutions to contain the fascists. And there's going to be a lot of cops that are sympathetic to ICE, and it's going to expose more of that.
Quickly, the video is being shown.
Well, there are many times, and there will be some ambiguities, especially with the first shot, that I think a lot of law enforcement officers, a lot of advocates will be debating about for some time. You look at guidelines, a police officer or law enforcement, it's not supposed to place himself in front of a car. That's just common knowledge. I will say, though, there is no ambiguity that Kristi Noem got out immediately, lied, talked about snowbanks, talked about a lot of things that did not appear to be in any of these videos. And it was just this immediate reaction. The videos that are shown clearly underline the fact that you have someone responsible for this ultimately, that got out as quickly as she could at another event without the facts and lied to the American people, and of course branded this victim, this 37-year-old mother, who now has an orphaned child, a domestic terrorist, when there's no evidence of that whatsoever. It's just a bold-faced lie.
And again, our viewers are watching this along with us. You can ask yourself, in this video, what we're seeing right here, is that officer's life in danger? Is the required response here 3 shots, some of them striking this woman in the head and killing her instantly? Ask yourself that question as you watch that video. And as you say, Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, jumped out immediately at a public event, drew conclusions, gave an account of what happened, followed up later by President Trump, that just does not match with what we've seen or the eyewitness accounts that we've heard. So, Secretary Noem, even as these videos of the incident were just coming out, the investigation hadn't even begun, spoke about it.
It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased.
You know, everything about the fact that she was hit and she's deceased in that statement was wrong. Everything she said in that statement was wrong. It was ICE agents that came rushing up to this 37-year-old mother and immediately surrounded her, started pulling on her door, started shouting at her. One circled around to the front, which again, they're not to get in front of cars, and then fired twice at her from the video evidence we've seen and the analysis that we've heard, fired twice at her at point-blank range, while you had ICE agents behind sort of running away from the shooting. Nobody was endangered there except people around the shooter, who fired 3 gunshots on a crowded street.
And again, the secretary speaking before anyone really knew anything except for perhaps this agent's account of what happened, and going so far as to call the woman who was dead, shot in the head in her car, a domestic terrorist. In a social media post, President Trump also...
Yeah, she's now a terrorist. Guys, you could be declared a terrorist if, depending upon if your wheels, you know, if your wheel is turned like 2 degrees more to the left, she would be called a terrorist by every liberal. But because she actually had her wheels firmly to the right, try to avoid them, now she's going to get rights. This is the world they want to live in.
Calling the shooting an act of self-defense, he wrote this, quote, "The woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer." Again, you've seen the video. We've seen the video. Our viewers have watched the video. Unless there's something that preceded what we've all seen and what eyewitnesses have told us, and we're open to that, there was no one running over any ICE agent there.
No, the footage we've all have so far of what precipitated the shooting is the woman in her minivan. Actually, you see her stick her hand out the window and wave a car through. One of the ICE agent's cars drives through. Like, that's not, you would think, the behavior of someone who is then planning to use their vehicle as a weapon when she's letting another car drive through. It's unclear why that agent also was grabbing at the door handle. That seems like it escalated the situation dramatically. Quite possibly this woman very afraid. Like, that's why she drove away.
Again, and by the way, a lot of commentary from law enforcement officers saying ICE agents do not have the right to go up and grab at people's cars and order them out of their cars.
Now, obviously, you're supposed to cooperate with what a law enforcement officer says, but she understandably probably panicked in that situation. Why is this masked man
coming after me
and grabbing at my door handle here? And look, I covered the NYPD for a long time. Rev, I know you obviously have a lot of experience at shootings like this, where it happens really fast. There's really quick reaction to it, you know, and maybe there are people who will say that first shot was justified. It's hard to suggest that second and third could be, but that because it happens so fast, that's why these officers have training. You do this for months and years, so you make the right decisions.
Let's talk about the training. The training, we've had reports on this. The training has been slashed.
Yep.
You know, I find it so deeply ironic that Pete Hegseth loves going around talking about fat people in the military. Have you looked at the people that they've rushed into ICE? Out of shape, ill-trained, ill-prepared. We've seen videos of these guys with no training, yanking guns out at the most inappropriate times and pointing them at people where there's no reason to be pointing guns at protests where they're not in danger. So again, I've heard other people say this. I feared for everybody involved, including these untrained officers, being in this situation where they don't have the training to know how to de-escalate or know when they should engage, when they should take their guns out, when this was a tragedy that was waiting to happen in large part because so many of these people that they rushed in are ill-suited to serve not only for ICE, but for any law enforcement agency. They're not ready. They're not in shape. So many of them not in shape. It's been a tragedy waiting to happen.
And it's difficult to see how that officer would think his life was in jeopardy in that moment. There's a heartbreaking image that one of the local media outlets took of in the aftermath of this, where you see the bloodied airbag and the glove compartment of this woman's car is filled with stuffed animals. For we assume her child. Also, questions being raised about there's a neighbor who lives right there who's a doctor. There's video of this. He's screaming, "Hey, let me go help! Let me go help!" ICE agents tell him no. This woman does not receive any medical help for many minutes.
And can I ask, who are ICE agents to stop ambulances, to stop doctors from going in and trying to save a woman's life? Why do they have the authority to stop doctors from trying to save the life of somebody that an ICE shooter has shot at point-blank range 3 times?
They should not have the authority to do it. I mean, everything around this that we know so far, and we agree that we don't know everything, but from what we've seen, is as ugly as you can get, and clearly what a lot of people were raising questions about. I think that 2 things that I thought about this morning is one that one of the immediate heroes is one of the neighbors that videotaped this. I will never forget in 1991 when we had a police beating of Rodney King, a racial police beating. What people always forget, it was a white guy who was just at his house that happened to video it, that woke the whole nation up to what many of us were saying about police brutality.
Right.
Whoever this bystander was that filmed this is the one that saved this country from just going by what Noam had to say, and later President Trump, by videoing this. Because suppose if there was no video, we would believe this woman was some domestic terrorist, which she was not. This is a 37-year-old woman, mother, white woman at that, that was there. And from all we can see, there was certainly no terrorism, no justification of what happened here.
And the mayor and the governor said many times yesterday, they have been saying for weeks and weeks now that something like this was inevitable.
Right.
When you have these ICE agents coming in, not in sync with local authorities, unexpected, creating fear and chaos in the community, the one thing they didn't express yesterday in their comments was surprise, because this was bound to happen given the complete lack of organization and the chaos that's being created by ICE coming into communities.
Just a complete lack of discipline within the organization. From the very top, where you saw Kristi Noem go out and just lie to the American people. She didn't have the information. She just lied through the training programs. It's been slashed to what's happening on the ground every day. Kristi Noem needs to move on. There had been some reporting before, the possibility of Glenn Youngkin taking that position and Kristi Noem leaving. If the Trump administration...
By the way, chat, Glenn Youngkin, the supposed moderate. The supposed moderate. The supposed moderate, guys. Glenn Youngkin, the moderate. Yeah, he wants to go and work as the head of ICE? ICE agent who fatally shot a woman in Minneapolis is identified as Jonathan Ross. Oh, I need this article. Come on.
Shots and was in he was in good shape, and the suggestion that he might need to go to the hospital when we have video of him walking up and down the street yesterday, absolutely preposterous. More false information from DHS.
Thank you for removing the paywall for me. Star Tribune identifies ICE agent who fatally shot woman in Minneapolis. Was dragged and injured by a fleeing driver in a separate incident last year. I don't care. He required 20 stitches for a deep cut to his right arm and another 13 stitches in his left hand. A law enforcement source who was not authorized to speak publicly confirmed that Ross is the shooter. This guy got dragged because he bashed someone's window in and tried to reach in. This guy is a violent aggressive cop. This time he decided to shoot an American citizen in the head. Surprise, surprise.
Wants to get other things done. It's much better for them to get rid of Kristi Noem right now, because it really couldn't be much worse than it already is right now.
We live in a society full of just the most pathetic worms. Look at the way Asmongold reacted.
Because I know that the way that I look at things is insane to most other people. I'm fully aware of this. I know this. And my argumentation and the way that I see things is just totally wrong in the eyes of most people. And the reason why, and that's the big reason why I have problems dealing with like other people a lot, is because my solutions to problems are oftentimes so extreme and so immoral and, you know, like inhumane that people, like, because I don't really see people as people in a lot of cases. I just see them as like an object or a functionary tool. And this has been a problem my whole life. And so basically, like, I have a very different perspective on the way that I see things in the world. You think about killing random people? Yeah, all the time. Oh, constantly, all the time. Yeah, if somebody makes me mad or something like that, yeah, of course. I could not drive down the road without thinking about every pedestrian and if I could run them over or not. For like 3 months. I was going in on this because I spent so much time running people over on Call of Duty.
I mean, if Asmongold didn't have severe senile squalor syndrome, and if he wasn't mentally like, how do I put this? If he wasn't mentally deficient, if he didn't have like executive function paralyzation, like if he could remember to wash his ass, he might actually be a psycho murderer, a serial killer freak. But luckily for all of us, he can't even remember to wash himself, let alone hurt anyone else. And the stench keeps other people away.
It's the call of the void. You're describing psychopathy? Well, either way, I don't let things like this affect me at all or bother me. And then he pops her off. He shoots her right here. Yeah, there it is. You see right there. Oh, wow. And then he shoots her. Gotcha, bitch. And then he shoots her a couple more times to finish her off. Absolutely rip fucking bozo. The only thing you have to do is crush them. You crush them completely. You never go like after you say, basically after you run one of them over, right? Or you shoot one of them for trying to run you over, then you victory lap around it and you send in more people and you do it even more.
They have to crush the other side.
That's right. 100 fucking %.
Every single one of the things that's really funny about history is right-wingers are always saying shit like this and they always lose. Like that's the thing, is like most people are normal and they care about other people, but when you piss them off, when you actually frustrate when you make the regular person stirred up enough where they're ready to fight back, they are absolutely unbeatable. So these are right-wingers always say shit like this. They've said it in this country multiple times, and every time they get their shit kicked in. Every time. The Nazis ended up taking cyanide pills.
Destroy everything about them. Put the mayors in jail. Put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition. Put all of the people that were doing the shit in front of the detention centers. Put them in mandatory prison labor camps. Authorize the police officers to respond with violence to them. Bring in the military if you need to. Look and find out who's funding this. Take those people. Charge them with incitement for terrorism. Put them in Guantanamo Bay. Like, I'm talking about scorched earth, Old Testament. Get them the f
As if he's ever read the Old Testament. Oh, God. What a dumb rat. Holy fuck. It's actually funny to watch. It's actually funny to watch. Because the difference between the right and the left is the left wins. And we keep winning. I think one of the problems that a lot of people have is they obviously look at the world as it is today and it's very fucked up. And there's a lot of, you know, conservatives in power is one, but that's based on your perspective, right? That's your contemporary perspective. But if you put the perspective of a conservative from 50 years ago and looking at the status quo of today, they would be like, wait a minute, what do you mean we recognize black men and white women getting married? What do you mean we're not allowed to have whites only neighborhoods? Like the world that you live in. What do you mean the queers are getting married and walking around holding hands? What do you mean black people can vote? Like what used to be the standard, bog standard conservatism is completely even erased. Like even Asmongold doesn't say it, right? Asmongold would have been considered a liberal with his position on trans rights or whatever the fuck. I think he says trans are real. Wait, or did he change his position? I don't know. He flip-flops so much. I don't even know what his positions are other than sucking Trump's cock. Right? I don't know whatever Trump says, I guess is what he changes it to. But I think he's for interracial marriage, right? He's not against that. Why is he for that? Why is he for interracial marriage? Because we beat him in the head with the clubs. We beat the racist in the heads with clubs, and now they gave in. Because right-wingers give in. That's what they do. The left never gives in. That's what separates the left from the right. We're constantly pushing for more. He is right about that. He is right about that. The right gives in, and then they readjust to the new status quo. That's what they do. They give up. They get beat. That's the essence of what a conservative is. They're the perpetual historical cock. Conservatism is always wrong. Always wrong. Because humanity is far from perfection. We're far from living in an ideal society. So we're constantly changing. We're constantly progressing. Now, it is a fallacy to say it's going to happen automatically. It's a fallacy to say that we don't have to do anything. We just have to wait. No, we have to make those changes possible. But if you have a historical view and you look back, even the last 150 years, the amount of progress we've made is fucking incredible. And it's so funny to look at him. The crush us. It could crush with the fucking overweight, Broadway show tunes enjoying a theater kid, Donald Trump, the fucking charlatan con man. Yeah, guys, they're gonna crush us, all right. Pathetic.
Fuck out. And by the way, my position is the moderate position. There are a lot of people in the audience that want to do way worse than that. A lot of people in the country that do. Yeah, 1 hour ago, 1,000 comments. Oh, people are crying about this. They're getting mad. Centrist, by the way, this is the centrist position. And you're going to cry about this. You're going to bitch about this. But you've got 3 more fucking years of it. And you know what else? Whenever the next election comes around, I and a lot of other people are going to vote for somebody who is even more extreme than Trump. Because I don't think Trump's doing enough. I do believe everything that I said. And I think that he should go even farther than that.
So we got somebody on Twitter saying that I would rationalize gas chambers for people.
Bro, take your meds. So we going straight to the Holocaust. Oh my God. I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
Y'all really got to dial down this rhetoric. Like, not everything's the Holocaust. Not everybody is Hitler.
They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. You're making...
It's so funny to say this while being surrounded by trash. And what is Asmongold's, like, what is Asmongold's entire fucking, worldview, right? His entire worldview is based on like, I don't know, whatever like entertainment he spends his time consuming. Like, he doesn't really know who created the video games he enjoys. Half the culture he enjoys comes from fucking Japan. That's not a white culture. You are a cosmopolitan lib. You consume treats made abroad. There is nothing about you that represents anything other than being a worthless sack of shit consumer.
Or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday? Of the ICE operation on Wednesday?
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them from the United States of America, because if you come to our country illegally in violation of our immigration laws, then we have the mandate, and in fact, we have the legal duty to enforce those immigration laws. Whether he's been placed on administrative leave, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd refer it to the Department of Homeland Security, and they can follow up. I will say, look, I would appreciate everybody saying a prayer for that agent. Look, in the past 6 months, he has been hit twice by a motor vehicle. One time, the first time, it led to over 30 stitches and very serious injuries to his legs. This is a guy who's actually done a very, very important job for the United States of America. He's been assaulted, he's been attacked, he's been injured because of it. He deserves a debt of gratitude, and I think the media prejudging and talking about this guy as if he's a murderer is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen from the American media. Yeah.
I mean, if I was his mom, I'd smoke crack too. If I were his mom, I would smoke on 100% oxygen too. Which reminds me of one of my favorite all-time historical facts, which is a lot of people in Germany, when the Soviet army cracked the Nazi regime, the Jewish Bolshevik communists or whatever they used to call them, when it cracked the Russians and the Soviet communists cracked fascism, when the right was fighting socialism head to head, what happened? They got fucking owned. And as the noose tightened around Berlin, there were mass suicides in Nazi Germany. During the final weeks of Nazi Germany and World War II in Europe, many civilians, government officials, and military personnel throughout Germany and German-occupied Europe committed suicide. In addition to Adolf Hitler, many high-ranking Nazi officials like Joseph Goebbels, Heinrich Himmler, Philip Buhler, others chose suicide rather than accept the defeat of Germany. Motivating factors included fears of execution for war crimes or reprisals and atrocities by the Allies, and especially the Soviets. Nazi propaganda glorifying suicide as preferable to defeat and despondency after Hitler's suicide. For example, in May 1945, up to 1,000 people killed themselves in a mass suicide in a German town of Dimmen before and after the entry of the Red Army. Fucking, oh my God. Can you imagine how cool that must have been to see the Nazis kill themselves? Like, wow, that must have been like, holy shit, that is funny how they're all a cult. They all followed their leader. Isn't that wild? In Berlin alone, more than 7,000 suicides were reported in 1945. Periods of suicides have been identified between January and May 1945 when thousands of German people took their own lives. Life magazine reported that in the last days of the war, the overwhelming realization of utter defeat was too much for many Germans. Stripped of the bayonets and bombasts which had given them power, they could not face a reckoning with either their conquerors or their consciences. 3,881 people killed themselves during the Battle of Berlin. Damn. I mean, that is usually the result, right? That's the result. When fascists take power, it results in the utter devastation and destruction of the polity that created the fascism. You understand that? But when socialism wins, when socialism wins, we all know what it looks like. We know how to experience that. We can look at it right now. Here, let's take a look. Let's take a look. This is what China looked like before the communists.
全世界无产者联合起来，全世界无产者。
And now what does it look like?
So agrees.
这是在录中华民族史册的一篇。
实现中华民族的伟大复兴，就是中华民族近代最伟大的作为。
经过长期努力，中国特色社会主义进入了新时代。 共产党万岁！伟大光荣英雄的中国人民万岁！
So let's take a look, chat. Take a look at that, right? Look at that. Look at that. Oh, that's a good shot. That's after 80 years of communism. This has after 10 years of fascism. Ooh, that's rough. Oof. Oof. Big Mike, I work at Target in Minneapolis, suburb, and ICE just arrested my coworkers while I was working. They were just kids. That's fucking terrible. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. Oh. That's rough. Oh, gosh. Look at that. Yeah. We hate to see that, don't we? Well, some of us hate to see that. Dan and Mooten are cucks. Destiny is king cuck on this matter. No further explanation will be offered beyond this point. People deep down inside know if they replicate the scenario, they get shot. It's why they would never do something like this. But that Pikachu face when somebody does it, LMFAO, she wasn't even trying to block traffic. The ice was blocking traffic and she was turning around. But she was nervous because, you know, ICE agents were being violent freaks. This is preposterous. First of all, she's not waving the officers through. It has no right to do so. Even if she were, she's waving another car through before the officers approach her car. Sorry, but you were the only baby ever worth choosing crack over. Every time your mom neglected you was justified. Sorry. Amy Adams sucked in the movie too. Sorry. Nothing you could touch ever goes right. You should try some of Elon's medicine sometime. Sorry. I mean... Asman bodied, oh no, you don't have to ban that guy. Asman bodied Hassan so bad. You understand that Asman Gold is too stupid to understand that he's a fucking moron. Donald Trump is not popular anymore. He had a short burst of popularity for like 3 months. And Asman Gold is now sucked down the right-wing pipeline and he's surrounded with a bubble and he's disconnected from reality. And Donald Trump is cratering in popularity. And Asman Gold can suck on that teat as long as he wants. And he's going to start fantasizing about Donald Trump doing more and more repression because it's the only way he's going to psychologically cope with the impending failure. And he's going to buy more and more bots. It's so... I wonder how much what percentage of his income he spends on botting. That would be funny to know.
Gained the nickname Bayonet Division during their deployment to Korea in June of 1950. At Incheon Landing during the liberation of Seoul, they were credited with plunging the bayonet into the heart of the enemy, with 13 members of the division receiving the Medal of Honor. The 7th enables and sustains the combat readiness of 2 Stryker Brigade combat teams and a combat aviation brigade.
Where's our tank? Wait, we have the squeaky tank. We got to show you the squeaky tank. Oh, this is crashing. Okay, cool. Anyway, I just wanted to draw your attention to the fascist track record. Let's just say it's not too good. The fascist track record is not too good. And one of the problems with it is they get hubristic. Where was I? Oh, I was watching Asmongold talking. Oh, here he is.
Actually, I'm gonna throw you a bone, okay? I'm gonna throw you a bone, and I'm going to offer something that is extremely rare. I'm gonna offer an apology. I didn't know that Denmark has done so much to help the United States. Somebody gave me a list of things that Denmarks and Danes have done in coordination with the United States, especially in the Iraq War.
By the way, Chad, he was supporting Donald Trump saying we're going to take Greenland, and all his incel right-wing Euro cuck watchers got mad because he supported Trump. So he's now having to back down like a fucking cuck bitch.
I think I underplayed you guys. I did. I was being an asshole. I was wrong. The truth is that you guys have been a great ally to us. And as I said before, I don't really agree with us taking Greenland, but hopefully maybe we can buy it. I don't want us to take Greenland from you guys, okay? So somebody did link me that, and I...
Asmon fold. Asmon flop. Cool.
You want to say that, okay? Because I try to correct myself. I was wrong for saying that. I was being an asshole. I got caught up in the moment. I shouldn't have said it. You guys have been a great ally. And I would not want to take Greenland through military intervention, even if we could. I think it could happen, but I don't think it should happen. There it is. So yeah, if that's the thing you're talking about, then I'm on board with that. So, and also, I want you to look at what's happening today, and I want you to like see where my thinking is coming from. Okay, I am looking at America turning to shit. I'm not worried about Greenland. Why am I worried about Greenland? Like, I don't. We can't even control Minnesota. Why are we going to try to take over Greenland?
Wow, it's almost like they're imperialists and they're serving the interests of the rich and the oil companies. So we can control the Arctic so that oil company billionaires, by the way, they're not owned by America. We don't own an oil company. They're owned by international stock market investors. They're just owned by the rich around the world. They're not even American rich people that own it. So when you do something for American oil companies, they're only American in name only. They're not owned by America. I don't get anything if ExxonMobil's profits go up, and neither do you. Dumb fuck. God, he's dumber than dirt. After the absolute blowout in Venezuela, we kidnapped one guy and left. That's not a blowout. They kidnapped one guy and left. And they got lucky. It could have gone horribly wrong. Can you imagine if 20 guys with shoulder mounted rocket launchers shot down 5 or 10 helicopters and killed 150 American troops? Do you think everybody would be going, wow, that was such a good move? They got lucky.
Your side look like irrational, belligerent, unreasonable, psychotic extremists. They'd be doing the same thing. Oh my God. Who says that about somebody?
She's always talking about the Constitution provides me with, go back to your own country and figure out your Constitution.
That's my boy. There it is. Oh my God. Wow. See, I've been waiting on it. What? Why we had to wait for this for so many years? We should have been doing this right off the bat. Oh my God. Prove it. Yes, this is what we want to see. Yeah. Get these fucking foreigners out of our country, come in here, try to micromanage and tell us, oh, this isn't what America's about. Bitch, shut the fuck up. You just came here 5 years ago. You're going to patronize everybody else. Who the fuck are you? You're talking about trying to work in the best interests of Somalia. Get the fuck out.
Actually took down information to give us a rate. However, when we left, we were then met with the police.
We received a complaint that matching your description, we're in this building harassing the individuals who...
And he's trying to assume because they're Somali providers that everyone is fraudulent.
Okay.
So we're another Karen. Yep.
This is a area that we're allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance.
And the Somali community is a very closed community, so everybody's in on it. And they don't want to talk, as you can see.
What would you have the police do instead if you were them? What would be your course of action? Genuinely curious. I would create a situation where the police would be afraid to defend these places because they would be worried about being persecuted. That would make it completely chaotic, and these people would then become terrorized by the people that are in this community that they are somehow trying to enable, right? And so the goal is for that to happen and to...
What Asmongold is describing is the KKK. What Asmongold, that's just actually advocating for terrorism. And he's advocating that there should be a secret society of white people that go around and murder people who are supportive of, I guess, Somali immigrants or multiculturalism. I'm not really sure. Now, how did you guys know what happened to the first KKK? This is something that a lot of people don't know, but it's actually one of the funniest things and best things that America ever did. We had something called the Force Acts, aka the Enforcement Acts. And they annihilated the KKK with the military. A lot of people don't know that the KKK that we have today was actually founded in the 20s. The original KKK, they killed them all. The main goal in creating these acts was to improve conditions for black people and freed slaves. The main target was the Ku Klux Klan, which was targeting black people and later other groups. This act was meant to fight the KKK and help black people and freedmen. Many states were reluctant to take such relatively extreme actions for several reasons. Some politicians at the state and federal levels were either members of the Klan or did not have the strength to fight the Klan. Another goal of these acts was to achieve national unity by creating a country where all races were considered equal under the law. The Enforcement Act of 1871, also known as the Ku Klux Klan Act, formally an act to enforce the provisions of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States and for other purpose, made state officials liable in federal court for depriving anyone of their civil rights or equal protection of the law. It made the KKK's Intimidation Act tactics to federal offenses, authorized the president to call out the militia to suppress conspiracies against the operation of the federal government, and prohibited those suspected of complicity in such conspiracies to serve on juries related to the Klan's activities. It also authorized the president to suspend habeas corpus if violence rendered efforts to suppress the Klan ineffective. In response to the act, Klansmen in South Carolina were put on trial in front of juries made up of mainly African Americans. Amos T. Ackerman was largely involved with the prosecutions of the Klansmen. He worked to make America aware of Klan violence and how much of a problem it was becoming. His work led to trials and jail sentences of a few hundred Klan members. Many others who were put on trial either fled or were only given a warning. By 1872, the Klan as an organization had been officially broken. And that's the way you fix it. Now, the reason why America is a shithole is they stopped this. They stopped doing this. That's the reality. And that's what you need to do to right-wingers.
make it as unpleasant and awful for them as possible, so that way they realize the mistake that they've made. Not only is this a call for domestic terrorism, oh, of course, right? The thing is, like, listen, these losers are not even worth responding to. They're not even worth responding to or taking seriously. At the end of the day, they want to come off on the side of illiterate, un-American immigrant Somalians rather than actual Americans, right? And, you know, at that point, I wonder who's really the one that's committing treason, okay? So, anyway...
Wow, what an amazing argument. He's saying I'm on the side of illiterate Somali. Have you seen your chat? Have you seen yourself, you fucking slob? You disgusting... Take a shower, you filthy animal, you fucking dirtbag. You stink. You're not a human being, Asmongold. You and I both know it. You're not even a human being. You're a slug. You're a slime. Rats are a higher form of life than you. You are nothing. And you know it. The only thing that's keeping you clung to this plane is your bare instincts and the fact that you have a phone that can call fucking Uber Eats. That's the only reason you're still alive, is your parents had a house that you continue to rot in. You are not capable of being an adult. You should be in a mental institution. You and I both know it. You'd be happier if you were 5150'd and taken into the care of professional mental health services. You would be happier. You and I both know it. But first, you need to be deloused. You're probably covered in parasites.
There's no reason to even take it seriously. They're just retarded. I'll tell you something. This low-income, ignorant, delusional, brain-dead, third-world...
Low income. I wonder if his chatters are a lot of high-income guys and gals.
Portation of all of these illiterate people that can't speak English, that have no fucking skills, live off the government, and are effectively parasites on the United States of America is a class war. All the comments saying you're a Nazi? Guys, this is just like Adolf Hitler.
He is and remains a complete parasite, a scrounger, like a harmful bacteria always spreading further. His presence produces the effect of a parasitic plant. Wherever he settles, the people who welcome him will be wiped out eventually.
Because these fucking parasites have come in from other countries. They're stealing our money.
Parasites? How does it even make... What? They're parasites because they take a job? That's a...
Yes, of course they are. What is a parasite? A parasite attaches itself to a host country, stay with me here. It attaches itself to a host, and then it extracts nutrients, resources, and life force out of that for itself.
The effect of his existence resembles also that of parasites. Where he appears, the host people die out sooner or later.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them,
and I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest,
this is the problem. You see, it's a bit like when you just say I'm a racist. You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? You think?
Bro, we didn't shift the Overton window. We burned down the house. We burned down the whole motherfucking neighborhood. And I do think, by the way, I do think that for Nick Fuentes does genuinely represent a primordial id of the disenfranchised, disaffected Western man. And I think that whenever he says stuff like that...
Man, there's nothing about yourself or Nick Fuentes that is masculine in any way. He is a closeted half-Mexican white supremacist. And you are a rotted, delayed adolescence ghoul. You're a feral ghoul who can't even wipe his own ass. Who the fuck? Neither one of you are men. What the fuck are you talking about? Men. Id. You are sadistic little boy. I mean, you're not even a boy. You're an amalgam. You're a golem. You're the approximation of a human being. You're a pod person. You're not a fucking human being. So he is, as I said before, a Nazi. He is what I said before, a total scumbag piece of shit. And it just continues to be another Mike was right moment. He's a homunculi built of roaches. Oh, absolutely.
There is a catharsis that comes out of everybody who is watching, and they're like, yes, that's what I was saying. That's what I think. Like, logically, there would never be a universe where I would say that I liked Hitler. If I did like him, I'd lie and say I didn't like him. And if I didn't like him, I'd say that I didn't like him. So there's not really any sort of conversation to be had about it anyway. It's just common fucking sense, right? And so, are you sure you'd get banned? Yeah, absolutely. If I was going out there and saying that Hitler was good, I would 100% get banned. This is especially true for young white men, right? Is that they have felt that they have been disenfranchised, disadvantaged, and there have been roadblocks put up in their lives that they don't think that they deserve to have, and they're angry about it, and they don't want to say sorry. They don't want to say, sorry, I don't like the idea that I'm being replaced or somebody who's a woman is getting an advantage over me anymore. The main reason why people like Nick Fuentes are trying to normalize and make Hitler like an acceptable figure to like make jokes about and say positive things about is because if you can break that stigma, you can effectively unlock a massive identity movement for white people. That's the reason why they're doing it. That America is not white people's land, that's Europe. Well, it is. It absolutely is white people's land. We fought a war over it. Duh, it got conquered. What? Absolutely it is. It's been our land for hundreds of years. Of course. The U.S. is not interested in freedom or democracy. It's interested in our oil. Yeah, maybe you're right. But hey, if we got a bigger gun, then we're going to get it. That's just the way it is. What the United States does criminal.
Okay, so, I mean, first of all, my immediate reaction is, if somebody like Asmongold is saying, there are no laws, if you have a gun that's bigger than my gun, you can do whatever you want to me. Bet. He is inviting anyone who's bigger and stronger than him, apparently, might makes right, to go and take shit from him. That's not my words, that's his words.
Oh yeah, they're going to interview Venezuelans that are over there and unhappy. They're going to try to make it look bad, but no, it was actually a very good thing. So Cuba's days are numbered. Colombia isn't going to be doing this anymore. Okay, yeah, I can see there's definitely a trend here. You specifically said you'd be against foreign intervention and nation building. Why have you switched positions? If we can get enough money out of the place that we're intervening in, and we can effectively make it worthwhile for us, then I'd be okay with it. Does that make sense? So it's all about whether we're making money off of it. That's my primary function, is that I think about, is this good for Americans? And even though it costs civilian lives, yeah, who gives a shit? Like, I mean, if the thing is that if you're
a civilian. You're a civilian, dummy. You're not in the military. You never have been. You never will be. You're a civilian, dumbass. So in other words, any organized group could take your shit because they're stronger than you? They could trample on your rights?
Going to do this stuff, people are going to get killed. That's what's going to happen. It's going to happen for sure. I don't think Trump is doing enough. I think he should have federalized the National Guard and sent in the military on day 2. The second that they said that they weren't going to do anything and they weren't going to help ICE, I would have sent them in on day 2. Martial law also includes a curfew. Yeah, I want him to do that. Like that's what I think they should do. And that way it just shuts this stuff down. And what the big problem is that people light stuff on fire, they destroy property, they basically just go apeshit, and nobody has anything happen. And the mayor said it was Trump's fault. Yeah, watching him bunk the dude with a horseback. Yeah, huge W. I mean, again, if you stand in the road, you should be ran over. I mean,
another Mike was right moment. Donan said, but Zoran has done what many socialists out here have been talking about for a while, copying the Scheinbaum Daily Press Conference. Socialists have been talking about for a while. You mean me? You mean fucking me? But it's fine. Other people agreed with me. It's okay. I'm glad he's doing it. I'm glad he's doing it. I've always given AMLO the credit for it. It's not like it's my idea. It's just me observing that AMLO did it and that it was the future.
I'm not really going to care a whole lot if that happens.
Hey, if someone is a part of a foreign terrorist organization, that you don't have to give them due process and they can be deported. Now, the agents that I talked to...
But they have to prove that they were actually
part of the group.
MS-13.
Yeah. It's like a lot of these people that they're finding, they're not going to just go out and explain exactly what their process and methodology was for finding them, is because then the people that are also here can reverse engineer that. Like, I'm sorry, but like I'm a big fan of the 2 tiers. Okay? Like, we don't need to treat people that aren't citizens the same as we treat citizens. It's insane.
The scandal is actually going to draw more attention onto the Trump administration's effort to deport these migrants to this very hostile prison where some men say they've been tortured.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have been here illegally. That's what I think. Shouldn't have done it. Yep, nobody asked you to come here. Shouldn't have been here. Maybe then they'll watch this and they'll be like, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't show up then. Could this be a mark?
So in other words, Asmongold's strategy is let's make America a cesspit where we don't follow any of the laws and we just arbitrarily attack people. Why would white people want to come here? Why would Europeans want to visit? Why would anybody want to come to America at all if your rights are forfeit the moment you come into this country? Who would be dumb enough to come here? Do you think a country remains powerful if nobody likes that country?
Marketing ploy? Well, I think it should be. This does mean they deserve to be tortured, though. I want to see what the conditions are. Well, here's the question. If they were being tortured, would I agree to not send them there? No, I don't care. Don't give a shit. Shouldn't have come here. And also, maybe that's a good thing now that they know. So they know what's on the table if you break the law, is you get sent to some fucking torture prison in El Salvador. Maybe then they'll stop showing up. I respectfully disagree with that. Deporting them is fine. There's people who deserve to not be tortured. Well, then they shouldn't have been here. That's the way it is. It's pretty obvious to me that a lot of mainstream media is trying to present, you know, like us sending these illegals and these migrants to El Salvador is like a bad thing. Now, in my opinion, I think it's great. I'm a big fan of it. I think we should do it more. And yeah, maybe Trump might respond or like scare them from doing it or not. But I think it's also very clear that the way that they report on these topics is extremely biased.
The guy who says, yes, all rights should be stripped. And the reason why Donald Trump is in power, Asmongold, you dumb fuck, is because of the Constitution. And then you are saying we should trample on the Constitution. Well, why stop with the rights of immigrants? Why not just trample on Donald Trump? Why not throw the whole fucking document in the trash and rip out every Republican politician out of their seat and bring them out onto the streets? Why the fuck are we doing any of this? If the Constitution is not the law, if we no longer agree that it's the law and how we should run things, and the rights protected in the Constitution are not protected, why the fuck are we doing any of this shit? Why are we the United States? What are the United States if we don't have the Constitution? Is it just tradition? Is it just we're doing it because we were used to do it? Be careful what you wish for. You just might get it.
Like, I think that these news places, I think that they should have their news licenses taken away. I do.
Their news licenses. The First Amendment says, Congress shall make no law abridging freedom of the press. It says they're right there in black and white. Asmongold says that news agencies should have their licenses revoked for criticizing Donald Trump. I cannot imagine a more pathetic loser fuck than this rat fuck traitor.
And every press tell people don't let Nazis take power. Don't ever listen to the press. The press is the enemy of the people. These international organizations like the UN and the WEF, those are also enemies of the people. They exist purely to subvert your goals, to destroy your country, and to...
How could I stand up with such amazing argumentation where he just says shit like a dumb fucking rat? I gotta tell you, chat, the more I look at Asmongold, do you know how close I am to violating TOS? Like, I have to hold back. I really do.
To advance their own globalist agenda. They don't care about France. They don't care about your culture. They don't care about your religion. They don't care about your
religion. What religion do you have? What religion do you practice, Asmongold? What church do you go to? What have you been baptized in? I doubt your parents gave a fuck enough about you to baptize you. Not saying that, you know, taking children into religious practice isn't necessarily a good thing, but if a child is taken to at least be baptized, that implies that the parent loves them enough to try to bring them into their religious tradition. This neglected ass motherfucker, his parents didn't care if he wiped his ass. You don't become Asmongold if your parents made sure you bathed as a child. He was the stinky kid. He was the stinky kid. They were, oh God, can you imagine being in like middle school with Asmongold? You're sitting there, you're trying to like, you're in Algebra 1 class and Asmongold is in there. They must not have kept him in the regular classes, right? Like, was he in special needs classes? Like, there's no way. Like, did he go to a public school? Maybe it's different in Texas. But in Pennsylvania, if you were that neglected, the parents would have been investigated by CPS. If you come into class and you stink and you wear the same clothes every day and you look unbathed and unwashed, that would get CPS called on you. So did that happen to him? Or does Texas just not give a shit about their kids? They probably don't.
Your history. They don't care about anything about...
Are his parents alive? No, both of his parents have died. Both of his parents have died. He didn't... Unfortunately, they weren't really taken care of. He had millions of dollars, but he didn't take care of his parents. So unfortunately, they did pass. So I guess he's alone now. I wonder if that house is actually in his name. Chat, do you think he owns that house? Do you think they actually went through probate? Do you think he's paying the property taxes on that? Do you think the sheriff is going to show up one day and they're going to just tax sale his house? What do you think? Or is he just a squatter? You know, Chad, I've been thinking about getting a house in Austin. Now he worked with the iOS. He 100% has an accountant do it all. You think? Think about buying a house in Austin. Maybe get myself a little bit of property. I wonder what's the sheriff sales are looking like.
You. All they care about is you.
Bro, if his house went up for like sheriff sale because he didn't pay the taxes, I would 100% buy it and just do a stream where we burn it down. Or if I'm not allowed to burn it down, just demo it. I don't think you should be giving him time on the stream. He's repulsive. No, it's important that we show what the right wing is. This is the most popular right-wing influencer online right now. You know, with Charlie Kirk taking one to the neck and everything. And Ben Shapiro, everybody throwing away Ben Shapiro because, you know, he's a Zionist and everybody hates Zionism. Mike, you aren't arguing his points. What is there to say? Roach Lover 77. He's a disgusting, vile piece of shit. He's too stupid to make a point. He just says things. He's not making an argument. He's saying the WHO is trying to subvert your country. Blah, 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 blah. You know, when you make extreme arguments, you have to have extreme evidence. You know that just being told exactly what to believe with no proof is called dumb shit from dumb fucks? He's too stupid to argue with. So the only thing to do is look at him. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this roach.
Using you as a vehicle to advance some worldview they have. Never listen to any of them. If it was up to me, they would all be defunded and probably just made illegal because they're effectively government organizations that are working against the people. That's it. I would never fund a single fucking cent. That's what I would do. These international organizations that want to complain about human rights have no loyalty to anything other than their ideology.
Their ideology of what? That human beings are equal, that human beings have rights, that human beings should be treated with dignity and respect. That's the ideology he's talking about. The ideology that he's talking about is human rights organizations believing that you should be able to be secure in your person, that you should have the right to dignity and food and water and healthcare. That's what he says is their ideology. That human beings have worth. That's the ideology he's describing.
They have no loyalty to any group of people. They have no loyalty to any country. They have no loyalty to any culture. All they do is sit around and complain. Human rights.
Loyalty. I presumably he believes that we should all be supremacists, nationalists who only... Whatever my country does is right, and whatever your country does is wrong. Oh, did my country have a torture rape prison? Well, that's my country. Love it or leave it. That's Asmongold's argument. You exist on the international World Wide Web. Most of your fans are European. What the fuck are you talking about, you dipshit?
Get the fuck out of here. They're eating the cats and dogs. Do you remember that? Do you want to know why that was an important call to action? Because it was supposed to indicate that these people are not like us. Now, in my opinion, I'd eat a cat. I'd eat a dog. If it was somebody I didn't like, I'd eat them. I don't give a fuck. But I wouldn't base morality off of the ways that I think about things.
Like, there's no need to be more jealous that Asmongold gets 40K more viewers than Hassan. The people have, you mean the bots have spoken? Bro, he bots harder than anyone. OTK all botted like fucking crazy. Well, most of OTK. The Austin OTK, they've all been botting each other. And you can see how much they've fallen off when, you know. He just bots himself. And, you know, I don't know if he's botting himself or, you know, Elon is botting him. But I can tell you, if you look at the polls, the numbers are not looking good for the Asmongoldian right. And you know how we can tell? Who's the big right-wing politician that's rising up as the Asmongoldian politician? That pedophile from Florida?
I just wouldn't. I would, like, in general, one thing I've learned in my years is that I have a moral compass, but it doesn't point north.
I have a moral compass, but it doesn't point north. In other words, his compass is to do harm to other people. This is your politics. A guy who says he wants to do harm and commit cannibalism. Like, this is your guy. Did you see this video of a Somali Unk cooking ICE agents? All right, what more can you even say?
Identity? Where's your ID? Let me check if you're a U.S. citizen. How about that? Man, you guys better move on, man. Look at this motherfucker. A4. What kind of name is that? Alcohol 4? What's your initial?
Right here.
It ain't over there. You motherfucker back the street. Why would I answer you?
This is Rep. Randy Fine, the Zionist. What do you know, chat? The Zionist Randy Fine, that fat blob, he agrees with Asmongold and everything.
These ICE agents. The left believes they can do anything they want, and we're just supposed to sit down and take it. It's time for Americans to say enough, and if you get in the way of the government repelling a foreign invasion, you're going to end up just like that lady did yesterday.
All right, Florida Congressman Randy Fine, great to see you this morning. I wish it was under better circumstances.
Me too. Thank you. These ICE agents. The left believes
And they just Newsmax just ignores what he said. So here's what I'll say: we occasionally have these kind of fights, and I think the main problem we have in America today is that the left actually isn't considered to be militant in any way, right? Like that's kind of the problem that we're facing is like if you go look at the Civil War, or Bleeding Kansas, or the Civil Rights movements, or anything like that, whenever the left is like not seen as a coherent militant force, the right starts to really feel themselves and they start thinking they're the majority and they can do whatever the fuck they want, and they start getting wild. And that's our fault. We haven't made them pay. That's our fault. Why did it break? What happened? It broke. Okay. I don't know why YouTube is like super fucked today. For me.
Simon Marks joins me live from Washington, D.C. Simon, I don't quite know what question to ask first, so perhaps I'll just be quiet and let you speak for a while.
Well, James, I mean, this was inevitable. I mean, there is no surprise that this has happened. The only surprise in many ways is that it didn't happen earlier. Donald Trump has unleashed on this country a military force of masked thugs who have been taking to America's streets in many instances, I mean 9 separate instances previously, they have shot at people, shooting first and then evading questions later. This is the creation of essentially a police state here. This has been going on for weeks. There was always going to be a tragedy. There was always going to be a flashpoint. But who among us would have imagined it would take place 4 blocks from where George Floyd was murdered by police, an unarmed black man murdered by police in Minneapolis 5 years ago? I mean, this is an astonishing moment for the United States, and let me also say for our own government. If we in the UK were witnessing these events on the streets of countries in the global south, we would be intervening and condemning them. The notion that yesterday we saw, I think, David Lammy present somewhere here in the United States saying how excited he was for Britain and the UK to come together to mark America's 250th birthday later this year, while this kind of thing is taking place on the streets of American cities, beggars belief. And, you know, when you see what Donald Trump said on his social media platform last night, when you hear Kristi Noem, a woman who is only lying whenever she moves her lips, when you see her saying that Nicole Good was a domestic terrorist, it is the beginning of an effort to rewrite the events that took place in Minneapolis yesterday so that they don't have to do in 5 years' time what they did this week to the White House website relating to the events of January the 6th, 2021, the deadly uprising on Capitol Hill, and quite literally rewrite history and lie about what took place in this city on that day. It's all tied together with Venezuela, with Greenland, with the unrestrained, untrammeled desire of this president to be a tough guy, strong man. And the country, I think, is facing a real challenge now with trying to see what, if anything, can be done to stop these ICE agents and Customs and Border Patrol agents from going all over the country and terrorizing and now killing innocent people.
With impunity. And I mean, that is the point. Even now, it would not be too late to say this character will be apprehended and investigated using the full force of federal law. We know that they won't. But that's the point, isn't it? It's. I mean, the lie is an invitation in many ways. It's an endorsement of impunity that January the 6th made inevitable and inarguable, but which now arrives squarely at the front of 2026.
Yes, I mean, the impunity that they have, I have to say, when one digs into it, you discover once again is one of these issues that we've all sort of assumed that these federal agents are immune from prosecution, for example, by the local police in Minneapolis, although it's not actually yet been constitutionally tested, and certainly Governor J.B. Pritzker in Illinois has authorized his police forces across that state to start gathering evidence of crimes being committed by ICE agents because he is willing to test the notion that they enjoy federal immunity. I think it's also important to underscore, James, we had a former Secret Service officer on LBC earlier today who was arguing that all this woman needed to do, you know, she was faced by police with guns drawn, ordering her to get out of her car. She just needed to get out of her car. I mean, I think it is really important to underscore.
Just so that you know, hang on, you may not know this. I don't know how he ended up on LBC, but he's also a contributor to Newsmax, which probably gives you an idea of his credentials and calibre.
Well, the point to underscore is that in communities all over the country, we have witnessed masked ICE agents refusing to identify themselves, dragging people out of vehicles. People are genuinely, even American citizens like Nicole Good, genuinely concerned that they themselves might be deported. While Kristi Noem denies American citizens have been deported, they have been. Just within the last 3 weeks, there was a woman born in Maryland whose lawyers furnished her birth certificate to the Department of Homeland Security, and she was still deported. So the notion that you can view these people as though they're, you know, Dixon of Dock Green and it's a fair cop gov, I'll come and help you with your inquiries, is absolutely laughable. These are masked thugs, and it's so bad that last year the FBI was reportedly preparing to issue guidelines because they were concerned that in various parts of the country, people pretending to be ICE agents, masking up, gathering uniforms, driving around in unmarked cars with blacked out windows, were using that as a pretext for committing crimes because they knew that ICE agents were behaving like that on the streets all over the country.
What will... I want to say, how is it resisted? But you know, my question is more about the media than about the politics of it. I mean, people in Trump's immediate orbit, the people with access to the Oval Office, the people who've get to interview him on a regular basis, they are part of the project. They are complicit in the lies. But what does the rest of the media do now? I mean, what is the likelihood of more echoes of George Floyd's murder reaching the front pages and the television networks of the United States now?
Well, I think it's important to underscore that, you know, even what the White House refers to as the legacy media here is subject to change. I mean, CBS News, as of now, is a pro-Trump network. I'm also bound to say it is the BBC's media partner here in the United States, and I think that poses a massive question, another massive question for the BBC, because what's it going to do about the fact that its media partner is a pro-Trump network at a moment when Trump is suing the corporation for $10 billion for defamation? I think that there's no question that in siloed media channels last night the public was seeing different versions of this story. So obviously the channels that are pro-Trump and the propaganda networks are emphasizing the fact that that this woman, according to Kristi Noem, was a domestic terrorist, even though there's absolutely no evidence she'd participated, as far as we know, in anti-ICE protests previously. And by the way, those protests are constitutionally permitted and legal. There was nothing that she was doing that one can tell in that video that could be described as illegal, because it's very unclear why she parked her car. I mean, it looks like she may have been attempting to do a U-turn to get out of the area. I mean, certainly there's no evidence to suggest that this was deliberate strategy on her behalf. And then, of course, if you watched MS Now, as it's now called, formerly MSNBC, or the left-leaning channels here, you will hear coverage that is obviously much more excoriating towards ICE and this complex, this vast $170 billion complex that Donald Trump is building to deport 1 million people a year from the United States. In that big, beautiful spending bill that he signed into law last year, ICE is going to get more money from the US government to finance its operations than every other state and local law enforcement agency combined. That is the power that ICE is being...
That's what the Democrats gave into, by the way. That's what the Democrats did. The Democrats were okay with that. The Democrats funded it.
Given, and there has been a rush to recruit more agents. Many of them have been offered generous signing bonuses, $20,000, $30,000, just to bring them on board. And there is copious evidence, NBC News has done a lot of work on this, to show that these men and women are in many cases not receiving basic background checks and security checks before they go into basic training and find themselves on the streets. And if you look at what happened yesterday, that guy pulling his gun, I mean, it almost looks as though the second ICE agent right next to the car is concerned that he's about to come in the line of fire.
Yes.
I mean, this was chaos.
It's a bit
on
like
the
Fredo.
streets, on a
in
residential street of Minneapolis.
It is, and we shouldn't probably, I shouldn't make light of any of it because it is chilling.
Hassan tweeted something earlier that I want to talk about. He said, I'd be very careful about agent provocateurs and the crowds, especially in Minneapolis tonight. Federal agents are going to try and light shit on fire or break into places. Important to maintain discipline. The government will try to use this dissent to justify further repression. Now, I don't think... I have a lot of complicated thoughts on this. The first thought, though, is that he's 100% correct. Wooish, thanks. He's 100% correct. And it's not a theory. It's not a maybe. It is a fact. The second thing I will try to say is, if there was a riot in response to the fact that the federal government and the local and state government are not prosecuting a murder, that is the result of a lack of justice. And it is understandable. Flag burner busted as a provocateur. Oh my God, Hassan proven right instantly. Holy shit. Hassan was right.
Why would you run off? Why would you run off? That's weird, to burn a flag and run off. That doesn't make sense. That's not a protest.
Why are you running? Why are you not back there at the protest? We got everybody riled up. You came here to do what? You a boogaloo boy? An accelerationist? What are you doing here? Where's your car? Where you from? Why are you here?
Yeah, we know. We remember George Floyd, so we know you guys are around.
Hey, fuck your flag burning, dude. That was fucked up.
Yeah.
That's not cool.
Yeah.
We're not happy. He doesn't even know.
Why would you?
And in the George Floyd protest, there was somebody who burned down a Wendy's. He turned out to be a right winger. Time and time again, right wingers will do crimes and then go, oh, see, the left is doing crimes. Oh, by the way, the British Lib we just watched was somebody who was a Starmer supporter and an anti basically he was anti-left. He was like, oh, the Parliamentary Labour Party is correct. Jeremy Corbyn is so anti-Semitic. Jezza is such a, and then now he's like, he got radicalized after 2 months or 3 months of the Gaza genocide. And surprise, surprise. The AutoZone fire, which was the original fire to be set across from the third, was also an outside agitator. Yeah. Bill Crystal is saying abolish ICE. Like, I mean, it's just, I mean, like, what do you even say? What do you even say? What do you even say to this? What do you even say to this? I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna let liberals who basically said, "Oh, the reason why we're losing to Trump is because you guys said abolish ICE." Boo-hoo.
They identified somebody they wanted in this crowd. They aggressively went after them. They pushed their way in. Now they're shooting pepper balls toward the crowd to keep everyone back. We don't know why they decided to go after this gentleman. There was a bunch of people standing still, and then all of a sudden they ran in and tried to grab him. This created a situation, as we move a little closer here, where they're putting the handcuffs on this guy right here. Now this guy's trying to get involved, so they're going to take him down as we speak. The pepper ball spray is very strong. Look at this right here. They're going after someone else. So you can feel the anger of this crowd. All right, they have deployed an agent, folks. They have deployed an agent.
Chemical weapons used on American people.
What we're seeing is,
that is, you know, they don't allow that in the Geneva Conventions, but they do it on grandmas protesting a murder.
There's a different level of maybe training per agent. There's some agents here who are trying to use de-escalation, and they're talking with the protesters and trying to walk them through it. Then there are other agents who are literally having conversations where they're antagonizing the protesters, telling them to bring it if they want to bring it. And they're using their body to physically push people down to the ground. We've watched that in several different occasions that happened right here on the line. They identified somebody they wanted in this crowd. They aggressively went after them.
Footage shows Democratic Rep Angie Craig having a heated exchange with the Republican Whip Tom Emmer, both of Minnesota, on the House floor. Craig has strongly denounced the ICE shooting in Minneapolis, while Emmer defended the officers. More on what was said of the story. Apparently, some Democrats are very pissed. They're going and screaming at the Republican Whip in his face. I mean, of course they should be pissed. The whole system is teetering on the brink of losing complete legitimacy. And I can tell you, chat, The way of the radical left, the real far left, is starting to open up, and I've been working toward this on this project for 10 years. Where we can start talking about real far left policies, like expropriating all the wealth of the billionaires. Not a tax, but taking it all. We can start talking about abolishing the CIA, abolishing the FBI, abolishing DHS, abolishing major departments, doing a constitutional convention and writing something, wiping away the entire American Constitution. Real far left policies, they're starting to become possible to discuss. Not this rad lib, not this soft left, center left AOC birdie shit, but the real shit that I've wanted to pursue. The real far left, a red army with socialist political officers, political vetting of police, political vetting of the military. Real shit that we need to do. I want to know.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me be clear. President Trump and his entire administration stand fully behind the heroic men and women of ICE and will always uphold law and order in the United States of America. The deadly incident that took place in Minnesota yesterday occurred as a result of a larger, sinister, left-wing movement that has spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement are under organized attack. Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults, a 3,200% increase in vehicle rammings, and an 8,000% increase in death threats. ICE agents are faithfully enforcing federal law to protect the safety of the American people by removing criminal illegal aliens from our country, which is exactly what nearly 80 million Americans elected President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance to do. Radicals in the Democrat Party are furious over this. They don't want our border secured or criminal illegal aliens being removed. As a result, Democrats are impeding immigration enforcement operations daily, creating extremely heightened and dangerous circumstances that make it nearly impossible for the men and women of law enforcement to sit.
So what are they doing, chat? They're helicoptering down on an apartment building and forcing American citizens out of their homes. They are going door to door, harassing anybody who is brown. They're going down the, you better not go to fucking Home Depot, because if you're brown, they're going to arrest and detain you. They've kidnapped American citizens and kept them in detention for days or weeks. They arrested a Canadian woman who went in to get her work visa extended legally. They arrested her and put her in a detention facility for months. Excuse me, for 3 weeks. Here, this is something. Like, this has been going on for a very long time. We watched this, what was it, last year? The New York Times made a video. Hold on. This isn't it. Fuck, they don't have it. Is there another TikTok? Venezuelan Americans face a turning point after Maduro. 113,000. Oh my God, this is dog shit. They had a different TikTok, the video producers. It's like, maybe it was on YouTube. God, the New York Times, man, they are fucking dog shit. Like, they have a really good, whoever's in their visual investigation shit is really, really good. Fuck. Damn, I don't know where it is. There was a really good thing we watched. I guess it's gone now. All right, hold on. This is it. Oh, it's a New York Times opinion.
Office. I was doing everything completely legally.
I came to the U.S.
I was reapplying for my work visa in the immigration office. I was doing everything completely legally.
I came to the U.S. legally 11.5 years ago. I was granted asylum. Then I got a notice to appear in one of ICE's offices in June for what they called a routine check-in.
We went to Cancun for vacation with my family. When we came back, got on the plane, they pulled me aside, and I didn't understand why.
They said, you need to reapply through the consulate and we need to send you back to Canada. And in my head, I thought that meant, okay, I'm just getting on a plane and going home.
I was never concerned. I had a green card. I traveled multiple times before out of the country.
I was sitting there looking for flights to go home and I was taken.
They were like, we have to detain you.
I was under arrest.
With no explanation. It felt like I had been kidnapped.
You're kidnapping me.
They said they are detaining and deporting people who are here illegally and criminals.
I was never in the country illegally.
I did not come here illegally.
It was legal from day one.
So the idea that this is like some sort of this is some new thing, they are arresting white Canadians. These guys are virulent, they're they're unhinged, they're uncontrolled, and they're just sadists looking to attack anybody they can get away with. It's not even really about immigration. That's really, I mean, it is about that sadistic impulse that we talked about before. All right, chat. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I'm gonna call it there. I've got some other work that I need to do. So here is all the links and everything. I'm gonna send you guys, gals, non-binary pals over to VO. VO is apparently was watching a trailer about a new dinosaur game. I don't know. So thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I'd love to have fun and talk about other shit, but we are in a provably fascist escalation. And this is the moment where we build our own movement. All right, everybody, stay safe. Solidarity forever. I'll see you all tomorrow. There was all my links in the chat. 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. I'll see you then. Have a good one. Thank you for all the support. And if you're in Minneapolis, send me a message with how your community is handling it. My thoughts are with you, and we will get through this together. All right, everybody. Free Palestine. Peace.